Revolutionary greetings, brothers and sisters. My name is Asa Olasola, and I am representing the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, otherwise known as CPAC. This is another special online presentation by CPAC, this time in celebration of Juneteenth, the official end of chattel slavery in America, but specifically in Texas. With that, let me give you a very brief history of Juneteenth. Sometime in 1862, I believe it was September, President Abraham Lincoln gave his Emancipation Proclamation address to the public. And on that time, he signed it at that time, but it wasn't official until 3 months later. So that was around January the 1st, 1863, when it became official. A lot of folks don't know, especially folks going to church. One of the reasons why they go to church with the midnight service on January the 1st is because of the Emancipation Proclamation was official January the 1st, 1863. 2 years later, the Africans in Texas, they found out about it. They found out about it on June the 19th, 1865. Before then, the Africans in Texas knew nothing of the proclamation, and they were still providing slave labor to the plantation owners in Texas. On June 19, 1865, an army unit arrived in Galveston, Texas, read the end of slavery document, and the celebration of Juneteenth began. The celebration has endured since then, but many Africans today have little understanding of the issues leading to the celebration and those that have occurred afterwards. With this conference, we intend to give an overview of it and encourage all Africans to thoroughly investigate the entire history of our people in an effort to determine the correct nature of our struggle that we must engage in to resolve our issues. Our digital Juneteenth conference is called African Recovery from Slavery and Colonialism, and it will be presented in 5 parts. Part 1 is entitled The Origin and the Process of the Holocaust of African Enslavement and Colonialism in Africa. Part 2 is entitled The History of the Juneteenth Celebration. Part 3 is Post-Traumatic Slavery Syndrome. Part 4 is the question of reparations. And Part 5 is Pan-Africanism, the permanent solution for African oppression and exploitation. The conference is designed to establish the celebration of Juneteenth as a pivotal point in the history of Africans in America. Also, to give us an impetus to look forward to the celebration and seek to get as many of our people involved in it as possible. We always say that the celebrations and holidays established for our people should be embraced by our people just like they embrace those other folks' holidays that they focus on in tribute to other people. We understand clearly that when you know what something is all about, it touches you in a personal way. We hope this conference will do just that for you about Juneteenth. We hope that Juneteenth and this conference will touch you in a personal way. As with all CPAC activities, we will begin with our opening rituals of drum call by the community drummers, a libation to the ancestors by Dr. Ken G. and his wife, Dr. Anna G., and our national anthem.
drum speaks. Through the spirit of the African drum, and in the ancient African tradition of our forefathers and foremothers, we look to the heavens and we respectfully ask our ancestors to shine down upon us and give us permission to begin today's program celebrating Juneteenth, 1865. The water represents life, the fluidity and resilience of the human spirit as life flows through Father Time and space. The plant represents Mother Earth, the bearer, the womb, and the nurturer of life. This beloved third planet is home of humanity and the majesty of God's creation, His divinity, and intelligent design. So, in the tradition of our African ancestors, we pour libations to recognize these truths as self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that the past, the present, and the future are connected by one God and one love. For in the word liberation itself, there is the word libation, the nomo.
Ashe.
We call upon the ancestors far and near, mothers of our mothers and fathers of our fathers, to give us strength and courage and to remind us of their love and their sacrifice, so that we might continue the struggle for human dignity, liberation, and freedom. For they knew the human spirit was born to be free. So we look to the heavens for a reminder of their shining light and guiding example of love, wisdom, compassion, and courage for all humanity. As we pour libation, the collective response is Ashe, which means it is done. You are invited to participate with us in the ancient African tradition of call and response and say Ashe. First, in honor of the Creator, we pour libation. We recognize the omnipotence of the Creator of all things and all life, and we honor His covenant with us, His people, and all His creations, the birds and the animals, the plants and the trees, the blue sky and the rain, the sun and the moon, Mother Earth itself, and we the people who are blessed to call it home. We pour libation.
Ashe.
And let the people say Ashe. In the honor and memory of our ancestors, we pour libations for those who were the first of God's creations, the original man and the original woman, birthed in the motherland Africa, and the great civilizations they created and innovated that laid the foundation for the rest of human history, culture, and discovery. And to those who were destined to lead, to guide, and to rule for thousands of years. We pour libation for those like warrior Queen Hatshepsut, for the great Pharaoh Akhenaten, for beautiful and regal Queen Nefertiti, for Pharaoh Ramses II, for Hannibal of Carthage, King Mansa Musa, and the brilliant scholar Imhotep, for regal Queen Nzinga and warrior Queen Amina, for the boy King Tutankhamun and the warrior King Shaka Zulu, for the great civilizations of Mali and Nubia, Ethiopia, and just a few ancient examples and reminders of the glorious spirit of humanity that still resides in us today. In their memory, in their honor, we pour libation. And the people say, Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour libations for those who crossed the Middle Passage and came to America and went throughout the diaspora and Caribbean. We came to foreign lands in bondage, the worst, evil, vile, ungodly, and insidious colonization and slavery in human history. We must never forget the past, the hardships, the struggles, the resurrection, the love, and the victories as we celebrate Juneteenth.
Ashe.
For our ancestors who crossed the Middle Passage, for those who would jump from slave ships rather than to live in bondage, we pour libation.
Ashe.
For our ancestors who crossed the Middle Passage, for those who were persecuted and enslaved but continue to fight, to survive, to thrive, to pray, to hope, and to work for a better future against all odds, we pour libation. And for those who were shot, lynched, and killed for righteous insurrection on slave ships and on the plantation,
Ashe.
we pour libation. We pour libations for those like Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and Marcus Garvey. Those whose love, leadership, and sacrifice are acknowledged and applauded in human history for making their mark and striking a blow against slavery and oppression and for liberation and freedom.
Ashe.
We pour libations for our more recent ancestors, those like Rosa Parks,
Ashe.
Malcolm X, Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, Fannie Lou Hamer, Muhammad Ali, Huey Newton, Stokely Carmichael, and Dr. Martin Luther King. Those who led the civil rights movement and those who led the Black Power movement, both working hand in glove for Pan-African and African-American liberation and freedom.
Ashe.
We pour libations in memory of the casualties of racial and criminal injustice and police brutality. For those like Emmett Till, Abner Louima, Sean Bell, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Walter Scott, Freddie Gray, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Timothy Thomas, Sandra Bland, Sam Du Bois, Trayvon Martin, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and so many others. May they rest in peace.
Ashe.
We pour libations. We pour libation for those in our own beloved families, for those ancestors who have gone on, and to those elders, those mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers, all precious souls who are still here, still loving, still educating, still praying, and still leading by example with wisdom, dignity, and grace. Call their names. Evoke their names and remember them. Thank them, appreciate them, honor them. We pour libation for them.
Ashe.
And finally, we pour libation for our collective future, our beloved progeny, our sons and daughters, and the sons of our sons and the daughters of our daughters, on the continent, in America, and throughout the diaspora. Our faith is bigger than our fears. Our love is strong and everlasting. And our hope for the next 1,000 years rises higher than the struggles of the past 400. Today, we celebrate Juneteenth.
Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe,
Ashe.
Ashe.
Kosi sigelela, i-Afrika. Maluphakangisu, luphakangisu, ononayo. Izwa imithandazo, imithandazo. Sibe
Revolutionary greetings once again, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to our Juneteenth conference. And I want to thank the community drummers. I want to thank Dr. Ken G and his wife, Dr. Anna G. I want to thank the mighty WITS SDASM choir for that wonderful presentation. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the presenter of part 1 of the Juneteenth conference, speaking on the origin and process of the Holocaust of African enslavement and colonialism in Africa. He is the co-chairperson of the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, our brother Babatunde Akinwole.
Revolutionary greetings, brothers and sisters. Let me say first of all that what I present here today is an effort to show how European enslavement of African people and the colonialism of our homeland Africa led to the dramatic development of Europe and the dramatic underdevelopment of Africa. You will notice an unapologetic focus on Europe's development of the dreaded anti-humanistic economic system of capitalism, along with its military as its formidable weapons in accomplishing this task. Let us see clarity. The Holocaust of African enslavement. During the late 1400s, European powers, while ending feudal domains, were giving way to the development of capitalist society, and they were seeking to find distant lands to steal and export resources from that were not available in Europe in the name of their own countries. This was the phase of capitalism known as imperialism, where one country takes over another and makes it their colony. At first, these colonies were governed by a European administration inside of the colony, and this is known as settler colonialism. After years of resistance from the native peoples of the colonies, the white administrations moved out, and a native administration made up of puppets for the whites were put in their place. This continuation of capitalist exploitation is known as neocolonialism. The European powers began to hire ship captains to scour the world looking for potential colonies they could establish for the sole purpose of exploiting the resources. The European history books have labeled these ships captains as explorers, but true history exposes them as conquering marauders, murderers, and rapists. They started taking over lands basically in what then was called the New World. Those are the countries in North, South, Central America, and the Caribbean, claiming them as property of the European powers that hired them. They forced the native peoples there to work to extract the raw materials for little or no payment for their labor, which largely didn't work out. Many of the native peoples seemed too weak to do the hard work or fell to the new diseases brought to them by the marauders. Now the door was wide open for the capitalists to find other laborers who could really help them set off their unjust profit at all costs economic system. In 1492, a marauder representing Spain named Cristobal Colon, or as we know him, Christopher Columbus, gave the solution to them for their labor problem. On one of his trips between Spain and Hispaniola, or which is now the present-day Haiti, he picked up a few Africans and put them to work. He found out that they were physically strong enough to get the work done and genetically strong enough to fend off any new diseases. So in 1493, Spain's neighboring European country, Portugal, who had also entered the domain of imperialism, approached the Pope. Now, this was a logical and natural step in an age when Catholicism reigned in Europe and the universal, just missed it again.
I'm sorry, I didn't. All right, this was illogical. Go ahead.
Let me find it. Okay.
You said
This was a logical and natural step in an age when Catholicism reigned in Europe, and the universal claims of the Pope or the papacy were unchallenged by individuals and governments. The Pope issued a papal bull, or a law from the Pope, authorizing Portugal and other European powers permission to, quote, reduce to servitude all infidel peoples. That meaning people who did not agree with Christianity. Now, the Spaniards had learned from Columbus that Africans were a race robust for slavery, and that one African slave was worth 4 colonial native slaves. At that stage, the European powers lost their minds running to Africa, and the dirty Holocaust of African enslavement was underway. The implementation of this era is often referred to as the triangular slave system. There being 3 sides of a triangle, the first side was the export of goods from Europe to Africa, where they sent their slave crews, where they sent chains, where they sent whips, and whatever they needed to enslave people. The second leg of the triangle exported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic Ocean to the New World. The third and final part of the triangle was the return of goods from the New World to Europe. Now, this period lasted over 400 years, from the 16th century to the 19th century, basically from about 1525 to 1866. It is estimated that over 12 million Africans were delivered to the New World, with only about 2 million of those going to North America. Portugal and England transported most, accounting for about 70% of all of the Africans sent. Now, many Africans died during this time, but it is virtually impossible to determine just how many. We may have lost millions at that point. We may have lost millions of our people at the point of capture, with Africans fighting to remain free. Possibly millions more Africans died on the march to the slave dungeons, where they were kept until the slave ships arrived. Millions more Africans died while being put on the ship. They suffered and struggled trying to be free. And certainly millions more died during the Middle Passage to the New World. And once the ship was docked, many died once again trying to escape. Many more died during the what was called breaking process, where free Africans were forced into the life of slavery. And even more died trying to run away from the plantation of the slave masters that brought them. We have seen estimates of 80 to 100 million deaths. Now, slavery became one of the biggest industries in capitalist history. Shipbuilding, steel for chains, training of slave ship crews, expanded banking services and insurance agencies to cover the losses of in the endeavor. All of those things grew in monumental proportions. The focus was on capturing and buying Africans young enough and strong enough to withstand the Middle Passage. Most of the Africans were taken from West Africa and Central Africa, and the products of the slave labor plantations were cotton, sugar, tobacco, rice, molasses, and rum. Mining for precious metals was also very profitable. It is almost impossible to determine how much money slavery amassed for the Europeans. But later in this presentation, we will talk about the many things Europe was able to do for its progress, showing that the process it is almost impossible to determine how much money slavery amassed for the Europeans. But later in this presentation, we will talk about the many things Europe was able to do for its progress, showing that the profits were unimaginable. Meanwhile, slavery was depleting Africa of its students, its warriors, its nation builders, along with their strengths and skills. This weakened Africa to the point of not being able to build or protect itself sufficiently. Leaders and influential people in the community were also taken, leaving a void in those capable of running the community. And spiritual leaders and advisors were captured, leaving the community's moral integrity in jeopardy. Capitalism was getting just what it needed: free labor and unending super profits, while Africa not only did not receive any benefits, its ability to grow, build, and properly lead itself was virtually taken away. Europe was achieving major development, and Africa only saw underdevelopment. The European powers that participated in the enslavement were Portugal, Spain, England, France, the Netherlands, and Denmark. Now, many people, including some Africans, blame African leaders for the Holocaust. You hear them say, African leaders sold us into slavery. Now, of course, this did happen in some cases, especially in Ghana. If you travel to Ghana today and visit one of the slave dungeons there, you will hear officials of the facility apologize, saying it did happen in some places in Ghana. But please do not dismiss the onus of the Holocaust from the greedy European capitalists who developed the plan, raised the funds to carry out the plan, trained the crews, carried out the plan, and made so much money and profits from it that they didn't know what to do with it all. Without their diabolical intentions, the Holocaust may never have come to pass. Some African leaders did trade prisoners of war and even criminals to the slavers, and other African leaders were threatened with having important trade routes cut off from their people and other punishments if they didn't agree to let the slave catchers in. Still, that is no excuse for them, because there were many other African leaders who never gave up the fight to stop the Holocaust. And it's also no excuse for us for putting the blame of the Holocaust on Africans and lessening the blame for it squarely on the shoulders of those who designed it and carried it out. Now, colonialism and neocolonialism in Africa. In the late 1700s, as the enslavement period was just about over, Europe acted on the fact that there was a massive continent of land that had more resources than any of the other colonies. Of course, that land base was the continent of Africa. And in 1864, in the city of Berlin, Germany, at what was called the Berlin Conference, there European powers met, divided, and assigned parts of Africa to the powers present as potential colonies for them to exploit and oppress. And once again, white folks lost their minds running back to Africa to take everything they left behind during slavery. Even though with the end of slavery and Europeans having to pay wages to the African workers now, colonialism and neocolonialism in Africa began to extract trillions of dollars in profit for all of the European powers each year. There was, and still are, a number of ways profit were amassed by the capitalists. To bring light to some of these ways, I'm going to read a few excerpts from a major book on the subject called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by the renowned revolutionary from Guyana, Walter Rodney. Rodney says, under colonialism, the African worker had absolutely no means of sustenance other than through the sale of their labor to the capitalists. But European capitalists in Africa had additional racial justifications for dealing with African workers. The racist implications for dealing with African workers were that the black man was inferior, and that gave them The racist, let me go back. But European capitalists in Africa had additional racial justifications for dealing with African workers. The racist implications that black men were inferior to whites led to the conclusion that they deserved lower wages. Now, wages paid to non-African workers in Europe and North America were much higher, and when discrepancies were pointed out, those justifying colonialism replied that the standard of living was higher in the capitalist countries. The fact is that the higher standard was made possible by the exploitation of the colonies. Europe is developed. Africa is underdeveloped. Workers growing a cash crop or collecting produce had their labor exploited by a number of individuals, starting with local businessmen. Sometimes these local businessmen were Europeans. Usually they were a minority group brought in from the outside and serving as intermediaries between the white colonial capitalists and the exploited African peasant. In West Africa, the Lebanese and Syrians played this role, while in East Africa, the Indians from India rose to this position. Arabs were also used as the middleman category in Zanzibar and other places on the East Coast. But the share of profits to the middleman was insignificant in comparison to those profits reaped by big African business interests and the African governments themselves. The capitalist institution which came into most direct contact with African peasants was the Colonial Trade Company. That is, a company specializing in moving goods to and from the colonies. These trade companies made huge fortunes on relatively small investments in those parts of Africa where peasant crop farming was widespread. Many Africans were forced into cash crop farming because they had to pay various taxes in money, or because they were forced to work by the gun or the whip. The gun and the whip were extensively used in Tanganyika under German rule, in the Portuguese colonies, and in the French Equatorial Africa and the French Sudan. Now, the African cash crop farmer and their families could stay alive by eating the food they were growing, and the trading companies took full advantage of that fact and had no obligation to pay them sufficiently. Again, Europe was developed and Africa was underdeveloped. Channels for exploitation of surplus from Africa were not exhausted by the trading companies and the industrial concerns. Shipping companies constituted an exploitative channel that cannot be overlooked. The largest shipping companies were under the flags of colonizing nations, especially the British. The shippers were virtually a law unto themselves, being very favorably regarded by their home governments as earners of super profits, as stimulators of industry and trade, as carriers of mail, and as contributors to the Navy. African workers had absolutely no control over the freight rates which were charged and had to pay more than citizens of other lands. The shippers' return on investments was so high and their greed so uncontrollable that even the merchants of the colonizing powers had to protest. In the background of the colonial scene hovered the banks, the insurance companies, maritime underwriters, and other financial houses. The African workers had no access to banking loans because they had no securities or collateral. Banks and insurance companies dealt only with other capitalists who could prove to the banks that whatever happened, the bank would recover its money and make a profit. The amount of surplus produced by African workers and passing through the hands of metropolitan bankers was phenomenal. Their return on capital was higher even than the mining companies, and each new investment they made spelled further attention to the fruits of African labor. In addition to private companies, the colonial states, or the European powers, also directly engaged in the economic exploitation of Africa. The equivalent of the colonial office in each European colonizing country worked hand in hand with the governors they assigned in Africa to carry out a number of functions. The principal ones were as follows. Number one was to protect national interests against competition from other capitalists. That is, capitalists from other countries were in competition with each other. Number two, to arbitrate conflicts between their own capitalists. So capitalists inside of those particular countries were fighting against each other for profits. And number three, to guarantee optimum conditions under which the private companies could exploit Africans. Now, the last mentioned objective is the most crucial. That is why colonial governments were repeatedly speaking about the maintenance of law and order, by which they meant the maintenance of conditions most favorably to the expansion of capitalism and the plunder of Africa. This led to the colonial government's imposing of taxes. One of the main purposes of the taxation system was to provide requisite funds for administering the colony as a field of exploitation. So European colonizers ensured that Africans paid for the upkeep of the governors and police who oppressed them and served as watchdogs for private capitalists. So taxes and customs duties were leveled in the 19th century with the aim of allowing the colonial powers to recover the costs of the armed forces which they dispatched to conquer Africa. In effect, therefore, governments never put a penny into the colonies. All of their expenses were met by exploiting the labor and natural resources of Africa. Again, Europe continues to develop, and Africa continues to be underdeveloped. Even with all the monetary profits mentioned, Africa's contribution to European capitalism was far greater than mere monetary returns. The African colonial system committed the rapid development of technology and skills within the metropolitan sectors of Europe. It also allowed for the elaboration of the modern organizational techniques of the capitalist firm and of imperialism as a whole. Indeed, colonialism gave capitalism an added lease of life and prolonged its existence in Western Europe, which had become the cradle of capitalism. At the beginning of the colonial period, science and technology, as applied to production, already had a firm grip inside of Europe. Europe was entering into the age of electricity, the advance of ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, and of the proliferation of manufacturing of chemicals. All of these were carried to great heights during the colonial period. Electrical devices were raised to a qualitatively new level of electronics, incorporating miniaturization of equipment, fantastic progress in telecommunications, and the creation of computers. Chemical industries were producing a wide range of synthetic substitutes for raw materials, and a whole new branch of petrochemicals came into existence. The combination of metals by metallurgical innovations meant that products could be offered to meet far-reaching demands of heat resistance, lightness, and tensile strength. At the end of the settler colonial era, around 1960, Europe was on the verge of another epoch, nuclear power. Once again, I have to say that African enslavement and colonialism has been responsible for the dramatic development of Europe and the dramatic underdevelopment of Africa. So in a brief overview of what's been said here, history shows us that the many sciences that humans have come to understand have been used to give us a more abundant life. But Africans were the first to understand these sciences and to benefit from them. Everyone else followed us into these intellectual endeavors, even traveling to Africa to study them at the feet of African genius. It was African spirituality that gave rise to the major Western religions of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Africans were the first to travel around the world, leaving our calling card everywhere. I don't know if that was heard. I'm still hearing it. Africans were the first to travel around the world, leaving our calling card everywhere we went. Examples of these calling cards are that you can find our pyramids and statues in old Mexico. You can find shrines of the Black Madonna in Eastern Europe, and images of Africans in the Indian spiritual leader Buddha, which to me looks like my Uncle Leroy. Africans are arguably the strongest physical people on earth, as we tend to dominate most sporting events, and the Creator blessed us with the richest piece of dirt on the face of the earth in our homeland Africa. Our traditional culture and spirituality was designed based on the laws of Ma'at: truth, justice, righteousness, reciprocity, harmony, balance, and order. If we had been left alone, who knows what untold progress for humans and the rest of the world we may have been able to accomplish. But greedy, uncaring, murderous thieves have taken control of the world with a murderous militia and a profit at all costs economic system, capitalism. This was called out in the words of philosopher and musician Gil Scott-Heron in his last album called Spirits, when he said, "The military and the monetary, it's turned our people into mercenaries and turned our planet into a cemetery." In spite of this, Africans still have massive people power, great skills, and our homeland is still rich with resources, so we can yet make another positive impact on history. But it is crucial that we understand that since we had everything we needed to do what had to be done, how did we allow ourselves to be conquered and enslaved? Europeans certainly took charge and used everything we had to promote what they wanted. Their implementation of African enslavement, colonialism, and neocolonialism led to the tremendous development of Europe and to the tremendous underdevelopment of Africa. I've heard many supporters and apologists of capitalism in America, Africans included, say that they praise the standard of life here and at the same time condemn the people in African countries for not doing more for themselves, not recognizing the fact that the luxuries they enjoy under capitalism were only made available because of the tremendous exploitation and oppression imposed on Africa and African people, and that those responsible for this are the same greedy, money, and power-hungry capitalists that we now live with here. Many Africans living here cannot imagine living in what they consider to be poverty-stricken Africa. And even worse, many feel no obligation to support the efforts of our people in our homeland and around the rest of the African diaspora to recover our traditional greatness. Many never even consider the question of how can a continent so rich in natural and human resources have such a low standard of living for its people. We know that the least bit of investigation would show that after invasions and takeovers by others, especially Europeans, Africans were forced into a condition of servitude, and our homeland was raped and continues to be raped of its resources. And we have not recovered from this yet. We in the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, CPAC, encourages all African people to take a close look at how Africa was once in the forefront of all standards of human life and are now at the point of being considered as beggars, since we now produce very little that will push forward our development. If you decide to start such investigation, please lean heavily on African stores of knowledge. Most of our historians seek to uncover the truth, as opposed to others who often seek to hide or distort the truth. These African historians have produced works that can inform and inspire us to restore to our African genius. So in the spirit of the celebration of Juneteenth, let us seek their works as a good place to start in being well versed in the atrocities that happened to us. If you would like references or more information on slavery, Juneteenth, or our organization, CPAC, please contact us. You can do so by writing CPAC, that's CPAC, 1821 Summit Road, Suite 300P, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45237. You can also call us at 513-290-2696 or email us at curt@yahoo.com. We thank you again for your participation and attention at our digital conference during the Juneteenth celebration, and we encourage you to seek clarity on the history of our people so that our struggle against exploitation and oppression can be on target and successful. For the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, I am Babatunde Akinwole saying Happy Juneteenth, for whatever, backward, never.
Tonight.
Akwaba, brothers and sisters. I want to thank the Ice Band for that performance of Stevie Wonder's song, Sir Duke. We are at part 2 of our Juneteenth celebration conference. The presenter for part 2 is the co-founder of the Conscious Mind Study Group and the co-chair of the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition. His name is Brother Chuma Lumumba. He will address you about the history of the Juneteenth celebration.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. I'm Chuma Lumumba from the Conscious Mind Study Group. I am also the co-chair of CPAC, the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition. I'll bring to you revolutionary greetings here from Cincinnati, Ohio. We are here to celebrate Juneteenth 2020. I would first like to start off, as always, by showing all praises to the Creator, our honor to the ancestors, and our respect to the elders. With that being said, Juneteenth, there's a lot that could be said about Juneteenth, so we'll try to undress it as best we can, as well as get some of the causes of the Civil War, which directly led to the birth of Juneteenth. But before I do that, I just want to share something with you. And I think that it's important that every household, every African household in North America, have to embrace something like this. So what you have here is a official Juneteenth flag. And I got this off of a website. It was on social media. And I saw this and I really liked it. So I bought a couple of them. So at some point we will meet to celebrate this Juneteenth, and I will have a couple of these for sale. So if anybody out there is seeing this and you want one of these, just let me know and I can definitely try to make that happen for you. They also have a larger one too that you can put on the side of your house or take to your job, your place of work, or place of worship, or what have you. Something else I think is very important as before we talk about any type of holidays, whether it be Juneteenth, coincidentally, because what we know is that a lot of people in our community seem to think that 4th of July is actually Independence Day for us, and actually it's not. 1776, Africans were not free here in North America. That is the celebration of the 13 colonies that fought and won with the aid of enslaved Africans and some free Africans, won their independence from Britain. So that being said, there is a scholar that I follow, as prophetic writer and scholar. His name is Ishaka Musa Barashingo. And this brother wrote, this is volume 1 of his book, is African People and European Holidays, and they call it a mental genocide. So take a look at the book. Again, his name is Ishaka Musa Barashingo, right? That's volume 1. And he also came out with a volume 2, right? And I think it's just really important that us as African people, that we have some type of frame of reference when we start talking about holidays. And I won't go into a whole in-depth piece because it's not what I'm here to talk about, the 4th of July. But in those books, volume 1 and volume 2, we do talk about holidays such as Easter, 4th of July, Christmas, Halloween, so on and so forth. And the brother gives a lot of good sightings as far as where he gets his information from, and you can get other books that you might want to read, but this is always my go-to. I teach a lot of the study sessions out of these 2 books, volume 1 and volume 2. Again, that's Ishaka Musa Barashingo, African People and European Holidays, a Mental Genocide. So I shared the flag, I shared the books. Again, if there's anything that I can ever do to assist you in getting some of this material, as far as the study group and CPAC, we do have literature that is sometimes for sale. So just make contact with us, and we will definitely steer you in the right direction as far as getting the books or getting the flags or whatever. So the topic of Juneteenth, what is Juneteenth, and where did it begin? What's it all about? Why is it necessary that African people have a vested interest in celebrating themselves by way of Juneteenth? Well, first of all, the Civil War and some of the causes of the Civil War. So in this country in North America, us as Africans got here about 1619. That wasn't the first time we had touched North American shores, but as far as European history goes, about 1619 is when we got here as captives and eventually brought into full-blown chattel slavery. And our main purpose from the very first African that sat down on the North American shores was to be a source of free labor. So you're talking about a country you're talking about 17th, 18th, 19th century, and definitely agriculture was the frame of reference for the economics. So everything was based on the agricultural economic system. About 1790, that started to change. And when we started to have an industrial revolution that hit North American shores, it started off in the UK and eventually followed suit over to North America with the onslaught of big industry. You're talking about steam engines and so on and so forth. So what happened was there started to be a divide in the country because the southern landowners, who were also slave owners, had a serious advantage in free labor. And being that the country was pretty much based on the agricultural monetary system, the agriculturalists pretty much ruled the roost. However, with big industry being in the north and the banking system being in the north, everything that was converted into textiles and other things that could be sold to other countries and exported out of the country, all of those things were coming out of the north. Excuse me. So there started to be a divide in power, a divide in capital, and a serious divide of opinion over what the destiny of the nation was going to be. So you have Abraham Lincoln that comes on the scene about 1860. And at this time he comes on the scene, there's already some turmoil over basically land, resources, and money. Now, what I can gather, the southern states, what they were planning to do was they wanted to spread their operation to what we call the Western Territory. And there was a lot of territory out west, a lot of states, and a lot of land that hadn't been developed, at least not by Europeans. There were Native Americans that were definitely still living on this land at this time, but the Europeans wanted the southern slave owners wanted to migrate and move a little bit further west, taking slavery not only in the South, but moving it to the Western Territory. And the North saw this as a bad idea. A lot of the northern states, I think to my account, there were about 20 northern states that actually fought in the Civil War. They were against this, and so therein started the conflict. So Fort Sumter, South Carolina, is where we started to see some actual armed conflict with southern states actually laying siege to Fort Sumter in South Carolina. So that's some of the biggest causes of the Civil War. You got the country that's basically in the agricultural, rural setting in the South, changing or having conflict with the northern states who were basically industrialists and living in urban areas. So we move forward and we try to figure out, so what does this have to do with Juneteenth? Well, the Civil War, a lot of people think that it was actually over slavery. Slavery had a huge part to do with it, but in my opinion, and what I can gather, is over money, resources, and capital. Slavery happened to be one of the biggest ways for Southern slave owners to obtain power, resources, money, capital, so on and so forth. So a war ensues, and the newly elected president, Abraham Lincoln, and he's elected in 1860. By 1861, it's a lot of conflict going on. So by 1862, you got a full-fledged war going on. And at this point, Abraham Lincoln is trying to figure out a way to bring the states that succeeded from the Union, to bring them back into the Union before the war just gets too far out of control. Now, one thing we need to know about this Civil War, and it's really important for us as African people to recognize this, because if they'll do it to themselves, they'll definitely do it to us. The Civil War was one of the most bloodiest wars that has ever been fought. Definitely the biggest and most bloodiest war that's ever been fought on American soil. However, if you talk about the Spanish-American War, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, so on and so forth, we've never lost as many troops in a war as we lost in the Civil War. And they said approximately 620,000 troops died in total. It's an approximate number in the Civil War. So again, facts are facts, and if they'll do it to themselves, they definitely won't have a problem doing it to us. So Lincoln is trying to bring this war to a close before it gets just totally out of hand. And one of the things he does is he issues a threat. He issues a threat to the Southern states. And he's basically, the threat is a preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. He is threatening to free the slaves. And it's through the continued use of slave labor that the Southern states, 11 in total, who seceded from the Union, were able to actually compete in this war, because they were definitely outmanned and outgunned, but because the war was fought on Southern territory in the South, they definitely had that as an advantage as well as a lot of the Southern states held the most valuable ports. So you're talking about Galveston, Texas, in the Gulf of Mexico, leading right out to the ocean. You're talking about New Orleans, Louisiana, being a valuable port, and the coastal ports of the Carolinas being very, very valuable ports, so that the South could move ammunition, supplies, and actually men, made it really easy for them to stay in the war and actually compete. So Lincoln decides that this might be a good idea to at least make this threat. So he makes the preliminary threat in 1862. The South still continues with the conflict, armed conflict. They don't lay down their arms. So Lincoln decides to go ahead and issue an Emancipation Proclamation. Now, another thing that's really, really important for us to know is with this Emancipation Proclamation is that it didn't just provide freedom for all enslaved Africans. What it provided was freedom for all enslaved Africans who resided in states that had seceded from the Union. So you're talking about those 11 states that actually made the succession, but you got some states that remained neutral. Missouri and Kentucky were actually two neutral states. So we're here in Ohio, so we understand how Kentucky being one of our border states, and basically the Ohio River being what we call the Mason-Dixon line, meaning Ohio was one of the first states that was a free state. So Ohio was considered up north, and whereas Kentucky was actually considered a southern state, and it would be considered down south. And there was actually a lot of active slave trade going on in Kentucky. So with this Emancipation Proclamation, it didn't actually free slaves that would reside in either Missouri or Kentucky, because those states did not openly secede from the Union. So with that being said, I think that's a serious misconception in our community, that we often are taught and socialized to believe that Lincoln, and I've even heard the term Lincoln, the great emancipator. What a farce. So again, the Emancipation Proclamation was not something that was written with this sole intention to free African people from captivity. That was not what it was about. Actually, what happened is that President Lincoln was trying to win a war, and he felt like that would be one of the biggest blows if he could actually get the free labor away from the Confederacy and turn it against them and use it in the advantage of the Union Army. So now, free was not free then, and has not ever been free, and I don't think ever will be free. And what I mean by that is that even though a lot of the slaves were freed and or emancipated, as you might want to say, there was a stipulation that you had to join and fight in the Union Army in order to obtain this freedom. So now you're talking about with over 3 million Africans in captivity in the southern states overnight have been, emancipated with the stipulation that they fight for the Union Army. So that was definitely a game changer. And I've been told that as the Union Army further and further south, liberating more Africans, that became a serious problem, because, when you free people overnight who are not used to freedom, like, where do they go? What do they do? You got people who've been used to living on a plantation all their lives. They don't know anything. Most of them didn't know anything about the geography of the land. They had very little knowledge of where they were and actually, what the next move was. So you had a lot of Africans that actually either they stayed close to the forts that were conquered, or the forts that were built and occupied by the Union Army, or B, they traveled alongside of the Union Army soldiers, and in hopes that they would lead them to something better than which I can only imagine that anything would have been better than what they were living through, being held in captivity. So it's also important for us to notice that, let me pull this up here. Abraham Lincoln, he actually had another plan. Before the American Proclamation, it's been said that he actually considered what we call repatriation. So between 1861 and 1865, as these violent struggles were growing, Abraham Lincoln actually did make some moves to try to use another plan that he had thought of, that was actually taking Africans out of bondage, but actually expedite them out of the United States. So he had a couple places in mind, but let me just read you a little piece of history. It says, the issue of slavery divided in this country under Abraham Lincoln's presidency, the national argument was simple: either keep slavery or abolish it. But Abraham Lincoln, known as the Great Emancipator, may have also been known as the Great Colonizer when he supported the third direction of slavery debate to move African Americans somewhere else. Since long before the Civil War, about 1854, Lincoln addressed his own solution to slavery in a speech delivered in Peoria, Illinois. And in this speech, he says, "I should not know what to do to the existing institution of slavery. My first impulse will be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, to their own native land." Okay. So now this is like the part two of a plan that went terribly wrong, and when the Europeans tried to do this with the Revolutionary War, right? So that's how we got Liberia, but it was always some stipulations and some things that was going wrong with that plan as far as the repatriation. That's something for a whole other conversation. But I'm saying this to say that, again, there's a serious misnomer or misconception that Abraham Lincoln was the great emancipator, or he did some type of huge good deed on behalf of captive Africans in North America. And that's just not the case, just not the case at all. So his first instinct was to try to curb this issue of slavery, because he saw that it was dividing the nation in half, the issue of slavery and what to do with it. And I can't help but think that at some point he may have had some type of moral consciousness and realized that in the end that everybody has to pay for such huge injustice, just gross injustice. There's just no way that you can believe that at some point that the sins of the father do not come back to haunt the son. At any rate, that was his first thought, was to just get rid of us. Just set us all free, put us all on boats, send us to Liberia, and be done with it. Now, from what I can gather, my research tells me that that plan didn't work because basically it was going to cost too much. Liberia was too far away, and the amount of ships and manpower was going to take to actually gather up, you're talking about 3.5 million slaves or more, and ship them all off to Liberia was just going to be a huge undertaking. So there were some other areas that were considered. There are some islands right off the coast of Haiti that were considered, and there's also some other islands that are down near what's now known as Panama that was actually considered. Now, I believe those islands are called the Chiriquy Islands. There was one of Lincoln's cohorts who actually owned some land down in these islands, and from what I can gather, the islands were said to be filled with coal. There was a lot of coal that needed to be mined out of the islands. And what they thought was that they could send African people from North America down to the Caribbean or the Central America to man these islands and man these mines and mine the coal. And then it could be used here in North America, and a profit will be gained. So still the plan was one of exploitation, and that didn't work either. As I've read, the coal wound up being worthless, and the plan fell through, and henceforth we had a civil war. So again, and I'll keep saying this because it's just so important that you understand that this conception we have about Abraham Lincoln being the great emancipator was just, so far from the truth you can't even imagine. So the war ended about 1865, but again, you had this Emancipation Proclamation that was signed in 1863. So herein lies the conflict, because the Emancipation Proclamation set the captives free in 1863. And it took 2 years before the last slave walked off a plantation in Galveston, Texas. And to sum it up, that is why we have Juneteenth, and that is why as African Americans we celebrate Juneteenth, which will be June 19th, 1865, as opposed to July 4th, 1776, which is when this nation celebrates its Independence Day. And I think a lot of us have that mixed up. And I think a lot of us would be, or we would all be better off if we know our own history. And again, in the words of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, if we canonize our own saints and we created our own holidays to celebrate. So Juneteenth. So 2 years after the war ended in 1863, you got slaves that are still being held captive in Texas. And so one of the questions is well, what took them so long? What was the big delay? Well, we got to consider that this was a time far before internet or a computer or anything like that. There was no telephones. And you have to also consider that any infrastructure that existed had been all but destroyed or damaged due to the war. So it's also been said that even with Confederate soldiers, after the surrender by Robert E. Lee was signed, that it took upwards of 2 or 3 months before the last Confederate soldier even got word that the war was over and that the South had lost due to surrender. So there's a lot that could be said as for why it would take 2 years before the last African walks off a plantation. I think a lot of it was orchestrated and it was deliberate and it was purposeful. It's been said that definitely the free labor, around the time of year in June, when this actually took place, it's been said that there was still some conflict to keep Africans around because the harvest was coming and the crops needed to be harvested. And so a lot of coercion took place at that time just to keep us still on those plantations. So anyway, to get back to the story. So you got this general, his name is General Granger, and it takes General Granger 2 years to march a Union army of about 10,000 African soldiers, African-American soldiers that were freed off plantations, soldiers that came from the North, that were Black soldiers. And he also had a cavalry regiment as well. So it takes him approximately 2 years to march from the southeastern portion of the United States to Galveston, Texas. So once he got there, we understand that it was about June the 19th, and that's when the last African walked off the plantation, knowing that they had been free. And so we don't necessarily celebrate General Granger, but however, we do acknowledge him because he's a part of the story. Now, with that being the case, some things took place after that. So after the slaves were set free, and again, they didn't have anywhere to go and pretty much nothing else to do as far as how to sustain themselves and how to support themselves as anything different than what they had been doing, working on the plantation. That's where all the food, clothing, and shelter was on the plantation, even though they were there under duress as slaves. Once they were free, the following year, they decided to acknowledge the new found freedom, and that's how we get Juneteenth. And the reason why it's just not June 19th and another specific name besides Juneteenth is because there's some things that took place, we understand, from the June the 15th down through June the 19th that are not so clear as far as the exact date. So June the 19th is what's written in the history books, and from everything I can gather, that's the date that we use, but we do refer to the holiday as Juneteenth, right? So the following year, you got 1866, 1867, the following year or two, these slaves decided they wanted to actually celebrate their independence. And as we have it, they were not allowed to own any land and didn't have anywhere that they could go to actually celebrate this independence. So they actually had to pool their resources together. And the story goes that they were able to come up with about $800 collectively. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if we could just come up with $800 in just like tens of thousands of small pockets, just $800, but multiply that times tens of thousands or a million small pockets and pool all that money collectively together for one common cause. So what they did was they bought a parcel of land, these newfound freed men and women, and they began to celebrate Juneteenth, or what is now known as Juneteenth. And they named this parcel of land, they named it Liberation Park in honor of what had just taken place the year before. So that's one of the stories. Now, I have another story, and it's just a small variation from that one, and it's from a historian. His name is Harry Jones, and he's an assistant director and curator at the African American Civil War Museum. And it said that he spent several years trying to bring awareness to what he considers is the true story about the details that led up to the June 19th, 1865 event, famously known as Juneteenth. So what Mr. Jones says is that Major General Gordon Granger, when he actually marched down to Galveston, Texas, it says that this was a result of an orchestrated propaganda campaign. And the reason why he calls it that is, he says, because it was only brought to light, and the story has only been told that way, is to show that slaves were being saved by a white man. And he says that the true story is when General Granger actually marched the 10,000 African soldiers, we won't call them African American, we will just refer to them as African soldiers, that they were the ones who actually laid siege to the Texas governor's mansion and the last freestanding Confederate soldiers who were actually keeping those Africans in bondage there in Texas. So the Confederate soldiers actually knew that the war was over, yet they still had a vested interest in keeping the slaves on the plantation. They were actually working the fields, monetary vested interest, no doubt. And that when those 10,000 African soldiers reached there, that conflict ensued, and that those 10,000 soldiers were able to drive out the then governor of Texas, as well as any of the upwards of 10,000 Confederate soldiers that remained there in Texas. So it said that they drove these soldiers and this governor over into Mexico, and did not allow them to return until they agreed to abide by the terms that were set forth in the Emancipation Proclamation. So what Brother Harry Jones is saying is this. It says that we shouldn't celebrate Juneteenth as being liberated by either Abraham Lincoln or General Granger, but what we actually should be celebrating is the actual military feat that was accomplished by those 10,000 African soldiers, which took them 2 years to reach their comrades or their brothers, their mothers, their fathers, their cousins, their loved ones that were still being held in bondage and in captivity in Texas. And the feat that they accomplished, that not only after marching and fighting for 2 years to get to Galveston, Texas, that once they got there, there was a small conflict that ensued, and they were victorious, and that's what we should actually celebrate. So I don't know. I'll leave it up to you to decide, but there are many stories that are being told about this actual story of Juneteenth. I think no matter what you believe, it's very, very important that you acknowledge the holiday, that you embrace it. I think that before you celebrate the so-called 4th of July, as Ashaka Musa Barashinko likes to call it, the 4th of July, I think that you should actually do your history and understand what was going on at that point in time in history, and understand that we were not free here on North American soil, that didn't take place until 1865. And you should also understand everything that it took to achieve that. And we'll wrap all of that up and we'll call it Juneteenth. With the social climate that we have now, I don't think it's ever been more of an important time that we celebrate our own holidays, celebrate ourselves, and that we do it unapologetically. I think the time has come where the rest of the world needs to stand up and respect us for who we are, our heritage, and definitely our culture. We've been definitely have had our poached and stolen from us, and then in return twisted and diluted and sold back to us in many forms and fashion. So I think the time has come that we make the necessary changes. And I think that one way that we can start is by celebrating our own holidays. And because it's so befitting, the liberation and everything that went into gaining that liberation related to Juneteenth, I don't think there's a more important holiday that we as Africans here in North America should celebrate. And the truth will set you free, brother and sister. Definitely understand that. There is one thing that I do want to read too, and I probably should have said this a little bit earlier in the conversation, but I do want to share this with you. So what I want to read is the actual announcement that General Granger read when he reached Texas. It's called General Order Number 3, and this is supposedly as read by General Granger as he reached Texas and talked to then slave owners and landowners here in Texas. It says, the people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the executive of the United States that all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and the rights of property between former slaves or former slave masters and their slaves. And the connection herefore existing between them becomes that between an employer and hired labor. The freed man, and this is the part that they always leave out. You'll hear people talk about this General Order Number 3, and you'll hear people talk about General Granger, so on and so forth. But what I've never heard them actually say is to read the last several lines of General Order Number 3. It says, the freed men are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they are not and will not be allowed to collect at any military post, and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or anywhere else. So, to sum that up, basically what he's saying is you need to stay put. Yeah, we're setting you free, but you definitely need to stay put right here on this plantation. And I think a lot of that was, like I said before, is just totally due to for economic reasons. There was a harvest coming up. This is June, so you got August, September, October. This is the harvest season, and the labor was definitely needed. And nobody, I don't think, would have survived in the South, especially not there in Texas. Had all of those people, all of that free labor, all that hired labor, whatever it wound up being, just walked off and just left the fields unattended and with no harvest. So even though Granger sets the slaves free, frees the captives, he still, even in his address, urges them to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. And ever since then, that has not worked out for us. It just hasn't. So I would like to say that I love you, brothers and sisters. I hope that this message has been received in the intent is which, I presented it. I wish you nothing but peace, safety, blessings. On behalf of CPAC and the Conscious Mind Study Group, I'm Chuma Lumumba. Peace.
Some people them a run with, and some a rumble and a shout. Fire gun. I open my eyes to no blood I run. run in a different fashion. Them said that some virus did that take over your land. Oh, put the whole of Georgia people in a mental condition. So, oh, my people cry. Say them can't take the pressure, no matter how them try. You took the wrong pill and you can't see clearly, no. How the wicked, them a cloak and a dagger. All of that a picnic. So what you go on there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run away, and some a rumble and a shout. So what you go on there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run away, and some a rumble and a shout. A war is at hand, it's against my people, and it's not the first time. See, this is a sequel. The revolution has been televised, now open your eyes. Put on your Gideon boots, lace them up, get ready for this ride. So no, my people, don't you cry. Like you can't take the pressure, or you don't know the Most High. Like you done took the wrong pill and you not see clearly. Oh, how the wicked them a cloak and a dagger. All of that's your picnic. So what I go on there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run away, and some a rumble and a shout. So what you go on there? Sit down in the jungle. Some people them a run away, and some a rumble and a shout. Down in the jungle. Some people them a run away, watch them there's a rumble and a fire.
Hotep, brothers and sisters, hopefully you have enjoyed the presentations you've heard so far and the entertainment. We're now going to part 3 of our Juneteenth celebration conference. Part 3 is being brought to you by the renowned psychiatrist, historian, and author, Dr. Joy Decree. She is going to bring to you her address about post-traumatic slave syndrome. Here is Dr. Joy Decree.
So I wanted to endeavor to look at some of the more difficult pieces because I really wanted to take a look at some things that, I tell you, this moves into chapter 3. I need to talk about J. Marion Sims. Could you find his picture? J. Marion. Did he come earlier? Yes, he came earlier. You'll find it. He cleans up nice. J. Marion Sims, let me tell you a little bit about J. How many people, you know him, you know. There are huge statues, edifices for this man. Great thing. How many people in the room know what a vaginal speculum is? For those young men or men in the room that we lost you there, what a vaginal speculum is, it's an instrument that was created to open up the vagina so folks could kind of peer in. Now, J. Marion Sims is the individual credited with that creation, and he is touted as being the wealthiest physician to have ever lived. J. Marion Sims was a physician in the mid-1800s, credited with the creation of the first vaginal speculum, which he made from a pewter spoon. Sims had built a makeshift hospital in his backyard where he conducted surgical experiments on unanesthetized African slave women. Sims reasoned that slave women were able to bear great pain because their race made them more durable, and thus they were well suited for painful medical experimentation. So this is someone who took an oath to do no harm. And he cut into black women without any anesthesia. Now let me kind of get close with you around why this becomes very important. J. Marion Sims becomes very important because the first question I asked was, first of all, where did all the women come from? How did he get them? And what the problem was is it would be said that these women were not fit for duty by their slave masters. And here's why they weren't fit for duty. Many of the women suffered from what was called a fistula. An obstetric fistula is the breakdown of tissue in the vaginal wall, frequently as a result of childbirth, which affects the bladder and or the rectum. The disorder causes leakage of urine and feces into the vagina, which made for a smelly and humiliating existence for the women. However, this condition did not preclude these slave women from participating in their daily work on the plantation, such as picking cotton, house cleaning, cooking, etc. So what duty were the women then unfit for? The obvious answer is that while black slave women were required to do manual labor alongside their black male counterparts, one of their other inescapable duties was to sexually serve their slave masters. Their malodorous condition made them less sexually desirable, and thus they were unfit for duty. So you need to clean them up, Marion Sims, so we can do them. But what's more important about this is how we justify. Remember, in order to oppress or subjugate, you have to justify that behavior. But it wasn't only the women that suffered under his reign. Could you show the all, please? Slave women were not the only group to suffer. Black infants represent the most innocent of Sims' victims. Black infants suffered from what he termed trismus nascentium, now commonly referred to as neonatal tetanus. Tetanus originates in horse manure. The likely cause of the disease enslaved infants, given their living condition and their proximity to animal stables. Sims attributed the condition to the indecency and intellectual flaws of the black slaves, together with skull malformations at birth. Sims attempted to treat this malady by trying to pry the bones in the skulls of the tiny infants into alignment with a shoemaker's awl. I was careful to find one from the 1800s. He would stick that into the brain and the skulls of black infants at birth in an effort to realign their skulls because of the indecency of their parents. He is worshipped in this medical world, J. Marion Sims. But I was more curious about how a physician could do such a thing. And here's how you do it. You pathologize the people. Now, let me read what they said about black women, because it gets real specific, black women. Their first pathological symptom was their skin color. In a medical world that categorized life as either normal or pathological, people of the African diaspora were continually condemned to the category of pathological, their abnormal skin serving as a foil for normal white skin. Stay with me. The skin, if you see black people, the problem is the skin itself is pathological because it's actually a foil over normal white skin. This is what medical journals suggested. Now we're going to find out how they named it. Medical tradition has a long history of perceiving this skin color as a form of pathology. The favorite theory, which reappears with some frequency in the early 19th century, is that the skin color and attendant physiognomy of the black, here's the reason why y'all black, is because of congenital leprosy. This is why there's so many of us. We all have congenital leprosy. Now, we have a second symptom. The second symptom of pathology was gender. Black females were perceived to be irreligious, lustful, and immoderate. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Let's take a look at that. We need to really take a look at this one, because I have a whole chapter on rape. Can't even get close to what that did to me. There were over, and this comes out of a social work book. In a social work book, it states that that there were over 600,000 mixed-race babies born in the mid-1800s, based on the census. Now, this was during miscegenation. That means it's illegal to marry. So who was sneaking out back, and who was raping whom? We have numbers. Young girls rarely made it to their teens before they were raped. But let's put that in perspective as a social scientist. Now, I want to get into that, the fact that we were lustful, because then you see it's their fault, isn't it? Surely I raped them, but didn't they deserve it? Now we need evidence of how we know they're lustful and immoderate and immoral. Here we go. Their protruding buttocks and genitals were offered as physical evidence of their pathology. Anybody up there with a big butt? Anybody with a big butt out there? There you have it, you slut. It's incredulous, isn't it? It's hard for you to even believe it. You see, it's in books. And the criminally insane right. But what was so amazing, I want to get right, let's get right up with that one, because the butt thing really threw me off. Because everybody wants that butt now, don't they? Yeah. J-Lo made it, gave us all permission to first have the butt. And it's an African butt, don't get confused about it. And it's a butt they couldn't keep their hands off of. Now they're injecting the butt now. They're putting butts in pants. They're making underwear with a butt in it. In addition to that, injecting the lips with collagen, locking the hair, and telling you the whole time you're ugly. Still looking for the safest tan. Isn't that amazing? And the sad thing about it is we believe we're ugly. Case in point, 2006. Oh yeah, she was cute. She had good hair. Yeah, she had good hair. And he was fine. He was light-skinned. Yeah. Look at the music video. Same girl, isn't it? You might as well just take him over and over again, Tragic Mulatto. Are you following me? I have people say to me, Joy, are you going natural? Going natural? I mean, you even have black people go, wow, she's militant. And that's because I actually wear my hair the way it grows out my head. Anybody white in here, everybody go, you're not going to keep it like that, are you? You're going to perm it or something, aren't you? You're not going to just wear it like that, right? I can see your roots, girl. White people don't do that to white people. We have pathologized what is naturally us. And when we would want to assault or insult you, black, big lip, nappy head, stay with me. You see, that's called post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's what that looks like. And then white people go, well, no wonder, look at them. They're so negative. Right? So let's move on. So then after all that, I want to take a look at another piece, because again, when you think of someone that raped and did horrible things, you get the picture of a big gut, toothless wonder. A straw hat and, get the boys and go on out there and get them. Well, let's just move and start looking at the impact the strange fruit had. You all know what strange fruit, Billy got in trouble for recording that one. But let's talk about the strange fruit. And now this isn't in the book, by the way. I didn't put ugly pictures in the book. I'm not interested in re-injuring black people. But I want you to look at this picture, and there's only one reason why I want you to look at it, is I want you to look at who's in it. This is just plain old regular folk. And the way that little girl is looking at that man, she can't be right. That's what's wrong with white people, by the way. It's right there in that picture. Because, see, no one talks about what happened to white people. That's another book. But this is specifically, I show this picture because it's unbelievable. Got the little Sunday best. They ran train excursions and let children out of school early to attend lynchings. Lynchings. Now, let's show the other slide, because I want to read this one. It's a rather gruesome one. I want to get you prepared. But I want to read from this one so you can understand what they did at the lynchings. If you want to know the reference to this, you can. I have a reading list in my book. In addition to that, you can go on site or online with my website, joyleary.com, and it'll give you some suggested readings. The name of the book that I would suggest are two. One is called 100 Years of Lynching. They're all newspaper accounts. That's by Ginsburg. 100 Years of Lynching. No pictures. This one is a famous picture that you will find in a variety of places, but one of them is called Without Sanctuary, recently published, which is a pictorial. And now what I'm doing is I'm going to read from the newspaper account. Before the torch was applied, the Negro was deprived of his ears, fingers, and genital parts of his body. He pleaded pitifully for his life while the mutilation was going on, but stood the ordeal of fire with surprising fortitude. Before the body was cool, it was cut to pieces, the bones were crushed into small bits, and even the tree upon which the wretch met his fate was torn up and disposed of as souvenirs. The Negro's heart was cut into several pieces, as was also his liver. Those unable to obtain the ghastly relics direct paid their more fortunate possessors extravagant sums for them. Small pieces of bone went for 25 cents, and a bit of the liver crisply cooked sold for 10 cents. As soon as the Negro was seen to be dead, there was a tremendous struggle among the crowd to secure the souvenirs. Knives were quickly produced, and soon the body was dismembered. Now I want you to look at who's in the picture. They're crowding to be in it, in suits. So whatever memory or thoughts we had about who these folks were, they were just plain common folk. But Joy, surely, this has no relevance today. Between 1882 and 1967, 200 bills, and Senator Avell Quarterly wouldn't know about this one, 200 bills were presented before Congress to outlaw lynching. Additionally, 7 presidents urged Congress to end the practice. Each and every time these efforts were rejected by the Congress, and lynchings continued unabated and unpunished. It was not until 2005 that the U.S. Senate offered an apology for what it termed domestic terrorism against mostly black people. And even then, folks wouldn't sign on it. So did the trauma continue? Boy, we're an amazing people. We're an amazing people. But we don't know who we are. And you cannot heal what you don't understand. We can't heal it if we won't look at it. So how does it manifest itself? Very quickly, let me go through some of my research, because I'm going to give you some examples of it. There's a chart, and I did work specifically on African-American male youth violence. I didn't want to look at violence, by the way. What I really wanted to look at was something I term in the book vacant esteem, one of the symptoms of post-traumatic slave syndrome. Vacant esteem should not be somehow confused with low self-esteem. Low self-esteem is when you can't do as many chin-ups as maybe your sister or your brother. I'm not talking about that. And I don't think esteem should be measured in terms of low and high, because there are people with perfectly high self-esteem that are assholes. And you have to go to meetings with them, don't you? But they have high self-esteem. They ain't right, though. So I think esteem should be measured in terms of accurate esteem. It's accurate esteem. Do you have an assessment of yourself that is appropriate? Not high or low, accurate, and healthy. So these things I looked at. I don't want to look at this. I told you, I don't want to look at violence. Why? Because my committee told me that vacant esteem wasn't a social problem. Clearly, that's not a social problem. A social problem, let me define it. Remember my graduate work. A social problem is a social problem. It can be defined as a social problem if a significant number of people believe that it is a social problem, or significant persons believe it is a social problem. And we didn't qualify for either of those, not black people. But let me tell you why I wanted to look at self-esteem. I wanted to look at self-esteem because my first work was with children. I saw things happening with black children that bothered me, disturbed me. Aside from the good hair, bad hair, and all the other ugly, negative black epithets that we would throw at one another that I heard in the contemporary world around me, I was concerned about what I saw happening to the hearts and minds of little black children. And one of the things that I started to notice happened directly after I had come from South Africa in 1994. I went to South Africa on the heels of the inauguration of Nelson Mandela. And it was a tough time in the country. And it was an incredible time for me because it was in a fact for me, in a way, a rebirth, a pilgrimage, a point of normalcy that I never knew, because I never knew how to feel normal as a black person in America. This is an article recently published called, it says, "My black skin makes my white coat vanish." This is a doctor who was standing in the lobby, and her clients would go, "Where's the doctor?" Right? We're invisible. And I grew up being invisible, discounted on a daily basis. So when I went to Africa, it was the first time in my life it felt normal being black. And so I cried a lot. I cried so much, in fact, the head of the women that I was traveling with got a little through with me. Now, there's a reason why they got a little through with me. The reason they got a little through with me is because, see, in South Africa, in this southern region, actually I was in 4 countries, when you cry, you know, here they go, get that girl a tissue. Find a tissue, dry it up. In Africa, they sing. And they just start singing. 4-part harmony and breaking it off, right? And the whole room would just be singing until I stopped crying. And this was profound. The Queen of Lesotho had her royal choir come and sing to this group of 9 African-American women who were professionals traveling throughout the southern region. And this was really good and emotional, except there's a little catch. After they finished singing, they asked us to offer a few songs. And contrary to popular belief, we can't all sing. And so the women in my group were, you know, we did learn a few tunes, so we were even on radio after a while. But my sister, who was traveling with me, we were on our way to Lesotho, actually, and they got up and they met without me, the women. And so when I woke up, my sister said, "Joy, you know we're going to Lesotho today." I said, "Yeah, I know." She goes, "And Joy, we're not singing in Lesotho." So whatever you need to do, Joy, to get your little stuff together, we need you to do that because we're not singing in Lesotho. So I said, I'm good. I got it, holding it down. So we all go to Lesotho, and when they have this meeting, the meeting is actually larger than this room, and people are coming from all over. We got people coming from villages, people coming from the government. Everybody is coming to greet these 9 African-American women. So we're sitting on the stage, and of course things have to be translated. So the guy who's translating, he is actually a descendant of slaves that were enslaved by the Dutch in a place called Onverwacht in South Africa. And Onverwacht means the unexpected in Afrikaans. They were left to die after apartheid ended. But this man had gone back to learn the tribal language. So each one of us would get up and he translates. So I got up, I was the first one, all the women were looking at me glaring like, you better keep it together. So I got up there, I was good. I said, "My name is Joy de Grulery, and I'm traveling with, you know, and we're trying to build a corridor of relationship with our African sisters." And I sat on down, I thought I did good. My sister, like, thumbs up, everything's good. Translator gets up, starts translating. Then he starts going on and on and on and on and on. And then people start chanting. It's just, you know, so my sister looked at me, I said, so I leaned over, I said, what you say? He goes, "I told him what you said." I said, "I didn't say all that." He said, "Oh, what had happened was," no, he said, well, when I got to the part where you said you were African American, some of the people from remote villages got confused because they thought all Americans were white. So then I had to explain to them that you were the descendants of the ones that had been stolen away. And they were saying to you, "Welcome home." So, you know, everybody was singing. Because I was crying. I was telling My sister looks at me. So everybody's on their feet singing. I'm tore up, sup, in the corner. So this black woman who was in the corner of the room walks all the way towards me, grabs me by the hand and said, "Did you think we would forget you? I am from Lesotho, and Lesotho is my home. If I leave Lesotho, Lesotho is still my home. If I leave Lesotho for 15 years, Lesotho is still my home. We mourned Malcolm and Martin with you. We are so very proud of you. You are African 300 years from home. We just wondered when you were coming back." And then I realized how much of me had been taken from me. So when I came home, I was a little depressed. to Portland, to the hood.
All right.
I was living on 9th, which is no longer the hood. But I was living on 9th, and folks were calling to see if I was coming out. They was worried. People on the trip called, what's wrong with her? She ain't out. So finally, one day I had to come out because my daughter ran in. She goes, Mom, there's a little boy outside. He said he gonna beat up Nadim, that's her brother, and he gonna pee on the car too. Which, as you know, could happen in the hood. So I had to go outside. So I go outside to find a crew of young black boys standing. Ain't nobody over 10. My son's trying to hold his own, but he's scared. I walk right over to the little ringleader, and I said, has my son done something that I need to know about? Yeah, I want to know if he got some kind of eyeball problem. Now, I speak Ebonics, and that kind of went, what did you say? I want to know if he got some kind of eyeball problem. What he's staring at. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, you want to beat my son up because he was looking at you? Now, I want you to contrast that, because in Africa, when they talk to you, when they would, you know how, this is what black folks do. Everyone. Don't we do that? White people ask you, God, you have so many friends. But that's an acknowledgement. We walk down the street in the grocery and try not to acknowledge somebody. What, you too good? You don't do that, because it's so important in African culture. Where in Africa, it's even a step further. In all the languages, it translates to meaning, I see you. Yes. And isn't that what we're doing when we do this? Mm-hmm. Now, we don't have a language anymore, but we kept that. Mm-hmm. Right? So I'm looking at this boy telling me that he gonna beat my son into the ground because he was looking at him. I said, he could have been looking at you because he thought maybe you want to play a little basketball one-on-one. We got the hoop out here. He could have been looking at you because he could have maybe play a little video game. We got a little video game inside. He could have been looking at you because you know the park right down the street on 9th and Fremont. Maybe y'all could almost kick it. Right? So the little kids are looking at me like, whoa. I got a little therapeutic on them. Finally, I give them my spiel about how we have to keep ourselves safe in the community. And how we have to protect one another and stand together. And then I remembered Africa. And Africa said, I see you. And African said, what you looking at? What? Well, let me put that in perspective for you. Because that happens, doesn't it? Let me put this in perspective as it relates to this. This comes out of the article I wrote. And, of course, you can find this article. It's very important. The Journal on Social Work Research and Practice. And you can go on my site and download it as well. So on African American Adolescent Respect, the scale that I wrote. But I want to read this particular excerpt from it so you can put in perspective in contemporary society what I mean about that, what you're looking at. According to Anderson, respect is an essential part of street rules that are strictly enforced and regulated. Simply maintaining eye contact for too long may be viewed as a lack of respect and affront that can escalate into a confrontation. In a similar vein, a snide remark that might otherwise be viewed as trivial may lead to an honor contest. Boy, I wish I had more time to talk to you about that. Where no party backs down until someone is injured. This is taken from a book by Regine Persois. You can also find that in the book and on the website. This is a quote. On my way back from school, I saw a young brother on a crowded N train eating sunflower seeds. Between his legs laid a mound of wet, disgusting sunflower shells that he kept enlarging by spitting on the floor. Though visibly frustrated and disgusted by his behavior, no one would dare challenge his position. An older white man motioned to him to stop spitting the seeds on the floor. In response, he spat the seeds with much more animation than before, while effortlessly trying to stare fear into the old man. I made eye contact with him. And he said, what? What? Believe me, in the world of powerlessness, this is enough for a shootout. He leered at me, then said, I thought so. And I responded with my generation's favorite confrontation closer, whatever. Now we were both sneering, staring, flexing, profiling, and posturing at each other, refusing to yield the power we thought we had, creating two more powerless brothers in a confrontation over bullshit. to intellectual amputees looking for the upper hand while mentally handcuffed. That's today. That goes on. So I wanted to understand, what is a relationship with that contemporary behavior? And why did that little boy look at my son and feel so threatened by him looking at him? What must he have thought my son was seeing? Because based on what we know about Erickson's model of development, what we know about Piaget, what we understand about human development, is that I attain to my self-concept based upon the appraisal of significant others in my life. So I am not who I think I am, and I am not who you think I am. I am who I think that you think that I am. So what did he think my son believed about him? What did he see peering back at him? He saw peering back what he hated in himself, and he was 10 years old. And I said, what has happened to this little boy that he cannot withstand a gaze? That he so hates the reflection in the mirror that he would destroy my son to destroy the image. That is post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's why I endeavored to look, and I didn't want to look at violence. I wanted to look at the internalized violence, but that wasn't a social problem. So then I looked at young men that hurt each other. So first, on the left-hand side, you have stress variables. The first two variables are what we call baseline variables: violence witnessing and violence victimization. On the right-hand side, you have the dependent variable. In other words, I'm trying to predict this, and that is use of violence. I'm trying to see what the other variables have to do with the use of violence. So now those two baseline variables we already know produce violence. When people witness violence or experience being hurt, they are more likely to be violent. Fundamental basis baseline. The variable at the end is called daily urban habits. Now, this was written by a black man, this scale. Sometimes, how many people have heard of a stress inventory? Basically, they say if you move, you get some points. You get divorced, the dog dies, anything, you get points. And we should have black on there, huh? Because being black creates a stressor, does it not? Now, I want you to know, being black and living in this skin, we've normalized the stress. Haven't we? It happens so often, and they wonder why you act up when you get to the office. Because by the time you get to the office, you will have been assaulted so many times before you got there. You know, the person that somehow you're standing in front of them, but you're invisible to. By the time you get to work, the person that's sitting right next to you that doesn't say hello to you. You know, because that happens every time. You're invisible at work. All black people are invisible at white environments for a number of reasons. I don't have time to talk about that. But one of them is, in African culture, this is what we always do. And you know what? If I see you this morning, I see you later on, I'm going to do that again. Because it's something we do. And you have people where greeting is perfunctory, so they'll look at you and keep going. Standing right next to you. Or they'll go, excuse me, can you get me those papers? What black people going to say? Hello? Good morning? Good afternoon? Right? Oh, well, hi. Could you get me those papers? Right? Because we have a very different experience living here in America. But one of the things that I understand is not respecting a person, and the idea of the stressors associated with being black, putting electrodes on a black man when a police car drives up behind him. Let's measure that stress. Two books, I have to name these because I'm not going to have time to talk about them. You must get, after you get mine. One is called Breaking Rank. Norm Stamper, 34-year police veteran, chief of police for Seattle, retired, chief of police for San Diego, retired, wrote a book called Breaking Rank, has a chapter entitled Why White Cops Kill Black Men. Whole chapter, he told on everybody. And when he broke rank, he took folks down. He took them down. I don't know what happened to this man, but he started telling the truth. There is a slide you have to show. And that is the one where it says, oh, you got it up there. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. He said, I've heard some police officers refer to prostitute slayings or to the slayings of blacks as misdemeanor murders, employing an unofficial code for this, NHI, no human involved. San Diego cops confessed to a myriad other acts of discriminating, including additional dehumanizing references to black on a radio call just at 1113 nigger, 1113 being a code for an injured animal, followed by, a descriptor dog, cat, skunk. It was a pernicious form of discriminating injected with a large dose of misogyny that led to the labeling of the lone female officer in my academy class as a split tail, speculated it had something to do with a woman's vagina. This man goes on to give statistics on how many police officers in every police department across the United States are predators, and saying that if you have a mother, a sister, a wife, a daughter, you should be afraid for them, because they become police officers to prey on women. He told them. Now I got to tell you, the man lives in a cabin on a mountain somewhere in the San Juans, so he knew it was going to happen. This is a situation where, again, I'm not going to have time to cover that, but let me move on and move back to the violence scale. Very good book, very important. I think black folks should keep it on the dash of the car, because they may say we're paranoid, but folks are following us according to the data there. Another book you need to read, All God's Children. Fox Butterfield wrote the book. Fox Butterfield talked about violence, and here you find out who pushed whom first. Perfect representation, post-traumatic slave syndrome, if you want to see it in the life of a gentleman. That actually was the reason why we started trying youth as adults. His this particular situation here, let me read this one, because I think this is an amazing, the last one I'll read. According to Butterfield, what emerged was not just a portrait of the Boskets, the gentleman Willie Bosket, the one who is now serving consecutive life terms. Youth tried as adult because of Willie Bosket, but a new account of the origin and growth of violence in the United States. Violence is not, as many people today presume, a recent problem or a peculiarly urban bane. Rather, it grew out of a proud culture that flourished in the antebellum rural South, a tradition shaped by whites long before it was adopted and recast by some blacks in reaction to their plight. The records also show that the vast majority of people put on trial for violent crimes in antebellum South Carolina were whites. The slaves were believed to be, or thought to be, a gentle people. Butterfield describes two forms of violence among the lower and upper classes: knockdown, drag out, where individuals often had their nose, eyes, or ears ripped from their bodies, and dueling, shooting and killing as a means for gentlemen to settle disputes. Now I want to put this in perspective in terms of my research that looked at respect. Are you following me? What was modeled is honor and manhood. How does a 16-year-old black male in America get respect? Remember who modeled it. A duel is just a dressed up drive-by. But what I understand about that how are you a man as a black man in America? If you don't have the material means to assert dominance or control over your resources, you have learned helplessness. Research tells us that too. Or you have hyper-masculinity, where I've got to assert my manhood somewhere and somehow. So I'll strike fear in you. Survival, adaptation. Adaptation. How do you learn to survive and adapt in a hostile environment? That's what black people have done all this time. And sometimes we heal crooked. Sometimes we did. But let me tell you this one thing. I don't know, where am I in time? Okay, let me just move, and I'll give you time to give me questions. But I want to give you, let's see, put the slide up in terms of adaptation. What I did discover in my research, by the way, is that all my hypotheses are correct. The more urban hassles, more violence, more victimization, more violence, more witnessing, more violence. Racial socialization, middle variable, written by Howard Stevenson, out of Penn State, black man. He said, this is a resiliency factor, so pay attention to this. He suggested racial socialization as an important way of measuring how black people cope and adapt. Well, what is racial socialization? You help black children, black men, women know that you're walking out on a racially charged battlefield, but you give them armor. I'm going to tell you, you don't have to be worried. You don't have to trust what my high school counselor told me, which was that I wasn't college material. Don't trust that. But you know what? We got your back. You got a God. You got mama, daddy, big mama, big daddy. We here for you. And guess what? You're not a descendant of slaves. After all, you're a descendant of captured free men and women. And you know what? It's going to be all right, because joy comes in the morning. And we found out that the way you socialize a black child, you have less violence. I look right here at Portland. 200 African-American males, 100 incarcerated, 100 were not. Some of them were in the Rites of Passage program. People know Kevin Fuller. Yeah, I used that as a control group, and I used 100 of them that were incarcerated, and found out that those who were racially socialized were less likely to be violent. But more important was what I discovered about respect. And what I discovered about respect is that when you disrespect black males, and what do they do in prison? They try to break them. You're going to create a prisoner. You're going to create a criminal. You're going to create a sociopath. Because if you disrespect him, you're going to have more violence. And guess what? I put all the variables, multiple regression, stepwise regression analysis. So I wanted to look at all the variables and how they behaved and performed. Highest, greatest predictors of violence. What were the most significant predictors of violence among African American male youth? All 200 of them. After victimization and witnessing fell out, respect. Now, more importantly, what does respect mean? What does respect mean to a black male? I ask people, what does respect mean? I asked white men. White men told me it means earned regard. When I asked black men, they said it's a sense of worth and value. Much deeper, isn't it? Guess what respect means? Doesn't mean either of those, by the way. Comes from the Latin. Respect. Look again. That's what respect means. Look at me again. Don't look the first time. Look again. That's what it means to respect. And that's all these young men were saying, please look at me again. And I want you to put that in context. I see you. Look again. That's what my research taught me, that these young men wanted you to look at them again. But we can't look past our socialization in America. So we need to socialize them. These are the destructive behaviors. Let's look at the corrective behaviors. I'll just put it up there and we'll talk about them. Because we did have, not pathology, we have resiliency built up. These are the things we've used through the years, and I've broken them down from Ma'afa all the way to current status, the things. And I want to note for you that during Katrina, after we all know little was done, they employed the very same methods to wrap you in so that you would go to sleep, to subjugate and oppress. What do you have to do to subjugate or oppress any group of people? You must justify the behavior by what? Relabeling them, and after all, they're just looters and rapists. Didn't they wrap you in that and go black? More died after that. I've been in the Ninth Ward. My family's from Louisiana. But they aren't even telling you the number that died after Katrina. They don't even tell you about it because they've already convinced you they're bad people, even here in Portland. In Dallas, everywhere. We've relabeled them so everybody can wrap themselves in that. So we do have positive behaviors. We do understand once we look at some of these behaviors around how we look at each other, how our attitudes, we can in fact turn them around, but you can't change what you don't know. The book is full of those. I certainly didn't have enough time in this day to share it. I don't do justice to what the book does because it does go in great depth. Chapter 6, which is a chapter on healing, the reason I wrote the book. Note the title, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, America's Legacy of Enduring Injury and Healing. We can heal. Imagine we've come this far with no help. Imagine how much more we can do if we understand it. And we can start changing it. Thank you very much.
Jumbo, brothers and sisters. Hopefully you enjoyed Dr. Joy Decree and her presentation about post-traumatic slave syndrome. We are going into part 4 of our Juneteenth celebration conference. And part 4 is being brought to you by lifelong community activists in Cincinnati, a medical worker at a local hospital, and a fervent health proponent. Our sister Victoria Strong is coming to you right now. She will address the question of reparations.
Greetings and hotep to all my brothers and sisters on this Juneteenth weekend. I'm going to talk to you today about reparations. And I know that's a polarizing word in today's society, but it's something we have to discuss. And sometimes it's not very pretty. Sometimes it's very heated discussion, but it's something nevertheless we have to discuss. And we have to decide as an African people if we're going to fight for it. But before we get started, I definitely want to give a shout out to Brother Conrad Worrell and his family. and condolences, because that was a huge loss, a huge loss. This brother was a courageous fighter, and definitely one that pushed reparations. I've had the honor and opportunity to have met the brother before. I believe last year he attended the In Cobra conference as well. And so we were very saddened to hear of our brother's passing. May the ancestors be pleased with him and his work. But even more so for us, we have an obligation to push through and continue to work, because we stand on the backs and shoulders of our ancestors and those who fought very hard for us to be where we are. But we are not finished. We are not finished by no stretch of the imagination. When you look at what's happening in the streets today, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but when you look at what's happening in the streets today, we certainly, one of the cries must be beyond police reform. It must be. And that call must be of reparations. And so today I'm thankful that I'm going to have an opportunity to talk with you about it with my dear sister, beloved, my friend, my mother, my mentor, Mama Fatima, will be joining us in a few to help guide us through this conversation. I want to also thank the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition for putting this together, because the hope and the goal and the dream is to put some context to Juneteenth, you know, what it is, what it should mean to us. It's not just a day filled with fun in the park, but there is meaning behind it. And in fact, if you're going to shoot off fireworks, that should probably be the day that you would do it. I put something on my Facebook page not too long ago, and I said, do you feel American? Do not go out and buy the fireworks, firecrackers, and all these things and get out there after all we've been through, and get out there and begin to celebrate their Independence Day when we truly have not had ours. And so we hope to break a few things down for you today and create some dialogue is what our attempt is to do today. And that this dialogue doesn't end today, that this dialogue then go out, you talk about it in your home, you bring up the discussion. It's an uncomfortable discussion, even for Black families today, to have with all that we're going through. Because as a people, we have a habit of generally not talking about painful past, painful things that have happened to us. And so we long for a day that things will get better. But as you know, things don't get better on their own. And we have to have these uncomfortable conversations with ourselves. So once we become comfortable within that context of the conversation, only then will you know how to go out and really truly fight for reparations. We are a deserved people. We are a deserved people, and we're going to discuss a little bit of that today. And so I'm going to bring in Mama Fatima to help guide us through this conversation, sort of how we got here. You know, what did the past look like? Even our relationship with the police, there's a context there. It kind of concerns me in this day and age that the context of our relationship with the police only goes as far as our skin color. Yes, that is a context, a piece of it. But you really have to look at the history of policing in this country and how we were looked at as a people and continue to be looked at as a people. Only then will you understand the origin of how someone can put their knee on someone's neck. And I believe I heard someone describe it as an animal hunting down its prey, and a lion will grab a gazelle by the neck. They aim straight for the neck because they know that's the kill. And this is truly how we are today as a hunted people, a hated people. But there's origin and context to that. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we continue our discussion. And I'm going to turn it over to my beloved Mother Fatima, who has mentored me and has talked about the context for as long as I've known her. And then we'll bring it on up to today and what we really need to be calling for in addition to or above and beyond police reform. Mama Fatima.
Well, greetings. I'm overjoyed to be communicating with Cincinnati again. I've been in New Orleans, Louisiana, and of course, right when I got ready to come back, at least for a visit, this virus hit, and I'm in a senior home and was locked down and everything. So, but that's okay. Where there's a will, there's a way. So I'm here with you in spirit and visually for those who can see me. And I'm glad to be also, I too would like to express my condolences to the family of Conrad Worrell, who was has been a great freedom fighter. Mm-hmm. He was a founder of the Black United Front, which I also was a member of in Los Angeles years ago. So I don't think we're too far apart in age, but you know, may God be pleased with his deeds, Ashe. Well, anyway, but getting back to reparations. I've been involved with reparations since I first heard the word from Queen Mother Moore in 1969, who worked with Brother Malcolm X and who met with Honorable Elijah Muhammad to decide what we as a people should want. This is Juneteenth, and we celebrated it, and that's cool. They talk about making it a national holiday. They really should. However, the problem was we were basically kicked out of slavery with nothing. By the time we even got out of slavery, white people, the so-called 1%, was making huge amounts of money 200 years before we even were allowed to do menial labor for wages in the economy. So one of the big problems that we had just coming out of slavery was that, okay, so we're off the plantation. Where are we going and what do we do? Right. And basically, after about 10 years, when the United States Union Army kissed and made up with their rebellious Southern brethren and instituted states' rights, we were basically back at servitude, being underpaid, second-class citizenship. There was a series of 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments were passed, which were the original Civil Rights Acts. However, that move to give us civil rights in the late 1800s wasn't worth the paper it's written on. And as we see what's going on the streets, neither was the act of 1964. Callie House, who was a former slave, saw this need in the late 1800s, and she tried to set up a compensation fund to demand it. And of course, there was the move about 40 acres and a mule, which was led by General Sherman, which didn't even cover all of the Black population, but it would have been a start. They reneged on that. What I'm basically trying to say, it is absolutely necessary that we come together and fight for reparations today, because the way we've been living as a multitude of 30 to 50 million people, there are more Black African slave descendants here than in whole European countries that are developed. And at this point, many of us are fairly well trained. There's no reason why we're incapable at this point of doing for ourselves. Well, but here's the problem. It's our attitude, okay? We don't all want the same thing. I remember when I was a child in the 60s, the media kept asking, what does the Negro want? What does the Negro want? Over and over again. And years later, I came to the realization that's a totally wrong question, because we're not all required to want the same things. Some people want to move up the ladder however they see it in the system in the United States. Some people want a separate territory within the United States, and some people don't want to be here at all. Well, we were many different ethnic groups in Africa, spoke many different languages. Our so-called tribes were known for different kinds of cultural activities, artistic. So we really were not exactly cookie cutter people when we came here. So the question that I feel, as enslaved African descendants, whether we came on a slave ship or whether we migrated here years before Columbus, there were Black people on this continent who were indigenous, but that's another story. But moving on to what do we want? What we need to do is sit down with each other and decide what everybody wants, okay? And then we need to figure out how we can move together to fight so that everybody has a menu that they can order from and that it be funded. Okay, people are raising all kinds of silly arguments. I guess you would call him colored senator from South Carolina said that reparations wouldn't work because we can't decide who should get him. That man has not done any research at all. Reparations is not about token people getting paid some kind of welfare check. That's not reparations at all. Reparations is about repairing the damage that's been done to an entire population. That's right. So obviously they ought to know who's coming in and out of the country. If you had an ancestor who was enslaved when the Americas were colonized by Europeans, or who was brought over on a slave ship, then obviously you qualify for reparations. That is strictly a no-brainer. Although there was one case, Deidre Pellman, she got hers because she was able to prove that her people came over here. No, we're not going through all of that. The fact remains is, if you had an ancestor who was in slavery in this country, you qualify. Now, it can get confusing because in the census, we're lumped in with our immigrant brothers and sisters off the continent. They would have to take that up with their colonizers, and there is a move to support even them doing that. But my point is, this is not about arguing about this leader or that leader or this goal or that goal. Everybody's got a right to their own goals. What we need to decide is, don't we all deserve to be paid? And I think we do. And I don't mean just paid with a meager check. I'm talking about a plan for development. Right. There are 5 different areas of our human rights or more that have been violated. So there needs to be a plan for each one of those human rights violations. People that want to return to the motherland, they should be supported in doing so. People that want to do things here separately should be supported in doing so. And those people who want to exercise their civil, they should be able to do so. Now, this is complex. This is not like civil rights, where we were worried about getting some legislation passed. It's not the same thing. Someone raised it with Queen Mother Moore. They said, well, Queen Mother, we have civil rights. Do we really need reparations? She explained to us, civil rights is a policy statement. It is not a repair the damage resource. So this is not just about passing legislation and policy. This goes way beyond that. I've had people say things to me like, well, how are we gonna pay for it? This country sends billions of dollars to foreign lands, some of which don't even like the United States. They get paid before we do. This is not right. When the late John Conyers came up with House Resolution 40, he proposed that hearings be set up all across the United States so that African Americans could not only testify to the injustice, but to also present proposals to remedy the problem. The key word that we have to deal with reparations is repair and remedy. This is something that has never been done. They'll pass a law, okay, and then the law is implemented as long as the white people who are in control and own this country decide they want to implement it. When another type of European American or of European American that isn't so sympathetic gets in, we're on the outs. We find ourselves right back where we started from. This is stupid. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Why is it that 30 to 50 million people in the United States of America who are the descendants of enslaved Africans have to live according which way the wind blows with white people? That is not freedom. That's not even real civil rights. And it definitely is not human rights. The United Nations Council of Human Rights has already said, and they've said it more than once, that the United States of America African slave descendants are entitled to reparations. Well, the minute they said it in 1917, this whatever he is that calls himself the president, because he's not my president ever, pulled the United States off the council because he didn't want to hear anymore about working with us or helping us. Right. Now, speaking of that, I not only have concerns about how the European former slave master perceives reparations or whether they want to. I'm concerned about the way that our people are handling it. One of the things that seriously went wrong with the civil rights movement was that our leadership was not ever picked by us. What happens is when European Americans want to deal with the Black problem or whatever they calling it,
right,
they talk to Black people who they're comfortable with. Reparations is not something that must come down from high. Reparations is something that must come up from the streets. For example, Mitch McConnell, and I refuse to even call him a senator because he's another one that's not fit to be ruled over a cockroach kingdom, made a statement, said, well, African Americans got reparations when Barack Obama was elected. The presidency is just another job for one person. Right. The presidency just happens to be the most powerful, most high profile job in the world, but that is not reparations. Reparations is not giving somebody a job. Furthermore, being from Kentucky, that's right in the hotbed of the perpetrators of slavery. That's like taking a criminal to court for committing a crime and then the judge asking the criminal, well, what would you like your sentence to be?
Yeah.
No, reparations has to be a democratic people's process. Now, here's the problem with that. The reparations movement was started with very visionary, very radical Black people that nobody else wanted to touch. They would not work with us. They were scared because white men ain't gonna give us this, or We don't need that, once our dearly departed leader, John Conyers, was able to bring attention to it. And by the way, when the Japanese people who were placed in concentration camps during the war with Japan in World War II got their reparations. As I stated earlier, we are not in a position, it seems, to really pick our own leaders. The media picks them for us, and high-level people tap certain people to speak for us. That has to stop. We have to have the hearings that
right.
the late Democratic Senator John Conyers, Congressman, called for, because otherwise the people who are most of need in reparations, I'm talking about our most oppressed segments of the Black community, are not going to be heard. And that will be disastrous. I was looking at one group, and they're doing very good work. Don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking them. But when they gave the list of their leadership, everybody was a celebrity, everybody was a doctor or a preacher or in some extremely high-profile national position. That's all well and good, but it's meaningless if you don't have the vast majority of people aboard and being heard. Because there is a difference when you're poor and Black and when you're in a token position. It's not knocking anybody. I'm not against people making money. But what I am against is people standing up and saying that they speak for people whose condition they're not a part of and don't understand. So what we have to begin to embrace our own diversity as a people. And we can't take this my way or the highway, or because white folks put their stamp of approval and think that person's important, or even because they're popular in the Black community, that these are the people who should just handle everything and have all the say. That's something, of course, we need to work out. In other words, what I would like to say before returning everything to daughter Victoria is that this is a situation where we are going to have to really plan the building of a whole new future civilization. It's got to be a move that's going to bring about permanent solution, because I'm 70 years old now and I'm sick of these 20-year cycles of us going backwards and forwards. We're like hamsters running around on a treadmill. 1 minute we're on the top of it and in the middle of no, that has got to stop.
Right.
And I'm looking at even now what's happening in the streets. It's nothing we haven't seen before. It's better televised because of the technology has changed. But what I find happens is that when the cameras go away, the support goes away, and everybody gets off their emotional high and business goes back to usual. People are saying it won't happen this time. Convince me, because I've seen it happen many, many times. So I'm saying to us, if we want to survive, if we want our children to survive, we better come to the table together and start acting like we got some sense and can think for ourselves. And I would just like to say that the push for reparations is like a cake. We need all different kinds of thinkers with all kinds of different ingredients. If you have in a cake, you got eggs, flour, sugar, milk. If any one of those ingredients is missing, your cake is going to taste terrible and it's going to fall flat. We cannot afford to have our effort to achieve our freedom blown up in our face again. Okay, I'm daughter Victoria.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. And one of the things that I'd like to just add on a little bit and bring people up to speed with where we are right now today. There was a couple of things, and I thank you. You lay out the history so eloquently, and so. But I want to go over a couple of things, and I hope I'm not going to jump around too much. But it's a lot to just kind of put in a video. And I had mentioned to many people when I talked to them, the one thing that's being lost is the context in which our relationship has been with the police. If you look at what is taking place, and you look at the history of the slave in America, we were not seen as human. We were not seen as people. In fact, again, we go back to this 2/3 of a human, whatever that means. And so in order for them to have done the things that they've done to us, to enslave us, and that means using brute force, murder, mayhem, rape, and oftentimes we talk of the rape of our women and our young girls. We don't talk too much about the rape that has occurred among our men and our young boys, because again, we were not seen as human, as enslaved people. We had no rights. Your job and duty was simply to serve white people, to serve the white race, to make them richer. And you had no rights to fight back. You had no rights to say no. You had none of those rights. And so we don't talk about those kinds of things, these inhumane things that have been going on and went on for over 400 years. And we talk about this all the time when we talk about slavery. What people saw in Roots, trust me, what you saw in 12 Years a Slave, trust me, it was 10 times worse. You have to understand that when Hollywood puts out these movies and these depictions, they very often have to soften it up in order for you to be able to, for it to be palatable, just so you won't sit there in the movie theater and vomit, okay? They also know that there are more of the audience looking at that than just Black people. Even the movie Harriet, you have to understand that what she went through was way, way more than what any movie in Hollywood can depict. Roots, all of them. Trust me when I tell you, it was 10 times worse. And so, or shall I say 20 times worse. When you're talking about songs that they made, such as Strange Fruit, that they hung us so much on so regular that it was nothing. We looked like it was commonplace as fruit on a tree. This was something that was seared into our heads. Not too long ago, there was an anniversary just passed, June, I believe it was June 9th, and one of our beloved women in history, Fannie Lou Hamer, she told of what happened to her, just being able to go out and register people to vote. And she describes a beating that took place. She describes a beating that took place. And I hope I didn't mute myself. She describes a beating that took place when she was jailed. And can I have a moment? Can you pause me for a moment? So I wanted to just give you a picture of Fannie Lou Hamer, and this goes to our current mental state, because sometimes we look at how we operate today and we don't even realize that many of these sicknesses, this illness that was created in us still carries on to this day. Fannie Lou Hamer describes a beating that took place when she was arrested for trying to register people to vote. This beating was done by 2 Black men. When she was placed in jail, the jailers went and got the 2 biggest Black men that they could find in the jail to beat her within an inch of her life. They beat her. One man beat until he was tired. And then they turned it over to the other man to continue to beat her. Fannie Lou Hamer was permanently injured from that. Now think about the psychological effect, not only on her, to have her own kind be made to do that to her, but think about the men who were forced to do it. I can back it up even further. Imagine being married to your wife, and this big burly white man gets to come in and summon your wife to his bed to service him for the night. And she has to return home the next day. Or they come and say, I want your daughter or your son. He or she 5, 6 years old, maybe younger. We have had to endure that. And I would say that in many ways, can castrate a man who is unable to protect his family. Yet our people survived all of it. And that is why we have trouble today coming together on the issue of reparations, because we are all damaged in different ways. We are all coming out of this with all kinds of psychological scars, and we didn't have the luxury to go and sit down on somebody's couch. And so in many families, I watch them do the genealogy thing, and in many Black families, we have pieces of the puzzle of our family's history that are missing. This happens in almost every Black family, because there are stories that the family doesn't want to hand down to you because they want to protect you and shield you from the horrific behavior and what came out of it. So ladies and gentlemen, we are living with it today, to this day, whether you think you are or not, you are. You just happen to have Black people that understand it and know it. And then there are Black people that are walking around suffering and don't know it. And so I don't want to keep going in that direction, because I think you all get where I'm coming from. And so what we have to look at to this day is not only the illness that we are carrying around with us today. We look at what's happening with COVID and the fact that it's affecting more Black people. I'm really not surprised, because we have underlying health issues. Those health issues, again, you track them back, not just in how we eat. I am thankful that today, many, many Black people are eating much better and much healthier. But there's an underlying stress that nobody wants to tackle. And we have to deal with that stress. That is the stress that our Black men carry with us every day. And those women, Black women who love them, we carry that stress with them. And we all carry it in different ways. And very often it comes off very explosive in our families. Don't think for 1 minute when a police pulls a brother over, pats him down and violates him physically, throws him to the ground and then says, none found, gone about your business. Don't think for 1 minute that the brother rides off happy. No, that stays with him forever. When and if he comes home and shares it with his loved ones, many of them don't even share it because they don't want to give their women and their families that burden. But when they do share it, we are now all under stress. And so we have to understand that relationship. We have to understand those things that we carry with us to this day. When you look at the police and how they look at us, it's easy for them to look at us as less than human, because that is the origin of policing, was to slave catch men, women, and children. And oh, oops, I caught them, but I killed them too. And so this whole thing carries over, and we're not talking about it. All we're talking about is police brutality because of the color of our skin. No, you have to go all the way back. It's police terror going all the way back to the origin of policing in America and how it got started. And we can't let that conversation slip. So how do we deal with this moving forward? One, we have to talk truly about the history of policing. When we arrived on these shores, we have to also acknowledge that slavery in its truest form, chattel slavery, again gave rise to racism. And I say the crime began over 400 years ago, but the crime is still in progress right now today. So we are in a struggle and a fight for our very survival. What is survival? It's a survival of resources. It's a survival of economics. Who controls the resources? Who owns what business? Who owns the land? It's all resources. But make no mistake, this is beyond civil rights. This is about human rights. So we have to begin to kind of put the right language on some of this. And then we have allowed other people to steal the word Holocaust. We have to talk about the Black Holocaust that occurred. This is a Holocaust that we are living through. And that word does not belong to one group. And in fact, nowhere in history can you find a people who fit that description of a Holocaust more than the Black man and woman here in America. And even how they raped the African continent so bad that that some of the continent was starting to empty out. It was really starting to have an effect. This is how many bodies were brought over here. Now, we always talk about the transatlantic and how many bodies are in the transatlantic. Heck, I could tell you right here on the Ohio, how many bodies are in that Ohio River that people got there and tried to come over. We need to talk about it. How many are in the Mississippi River? I guarantee you it's just as many as what was in the transatlantic. So when we talk about a Holocaust, some call it a Holocaust, we have to start using the right words that describe what we are truly going through to this day. We have to be bold about it. We have to talk about the hurt and the pain that is ongoing. Like I said, it's an ongoing crime. We have to talk again about, some people are saying, well, if they pay us reparations, it can break the country. Well, the country broke us. And we're talking about what's owed to us. So it is estimated that at one point they talked about giving us our 40 acres and a mule, which we were very deserving of that and more. We have to look, and some estimates say that it would be worth $6.4 trillion. But as Mama Fatima mentioned, if you have to look at how much money our government pays to other countries, not only just pay other countries, but they also pay to rebuild these countries. We have to look at, how many people how many other races. I know people talk about the Japanese Americans and the internment and how much they paid them. Bottom line is they have paid many, many people. But why will you not pay the people who brought about the wealth of this country? Why would you not do that? And so that to me is the bigger question. Why would you not? Number two, we have to do better, because we are losing our giants, those who laid that path for us to literally walk on. Get up and walk on my shoulders. Get up and continue this fight. We owe it. We owe it to our ancestors. And as Mama Fatima mentioned, there is no cookie cutter way. We all know, and when people talk about reparations, the first thing they think is check. We don't look at it as a check. There are many different ways. There are people who have suggested so many years without paying taxes. There are people who have suggested free college for so many years. There are other people who say we want land and all that comes with it so that we can develop it. Okay. And so that is something we're going to have to do. And I would just say, and take the term of some other people say, it will probably be the coalition of the willing that is going to get this done. with Dr. King and all other freedom fighters that we have had, Malcolm X, you name it. Bottom line is, they did the work that they were given to do. They did not ask the permission of people. They got their permission from God. And I thank God that He has given us so many different leaders that came in all different forms, different colors, different languages. But the bottom line is, we have never given anything. Everything that we've ever gotten, we've had to fight for it, and we've had to fight hard for it. And so I would only ask people in this conversation, in this day and age, and especially with right now, with what's going on in the streets, you have to put it in context. And I agree with Mama Fatima when she said, when the cameras are gone, eventually we're going to go back to business as usual, and I believe that. We've seen it before. So the urgent need right now is that we continue to work. And there are some directives that they have, many people have given us to do. Number one, we have to declare ourselves a nation. Just like the Native Americans did, we are a nation within a nation. We make and bring in trillions of dollars that are spent within the black community. We have spending power, but if it was directed in the right direction, then we would know. Then we'd be able to build our communities. And we know the history where many times that we built our own, such as Rosewood, Tulsa. I believe there's one in Columbia, Tennessee, where these communities were, the race riot was put on us. They came in on us and tore our communities up. And so even considering a nation within a nation, you're going to have to develop a military arm, because we're going to need to protect our nation. And right now we don't have protection. I've been hearing people calling saying they want the DOJ to come in and look at these cases. Look at the makeup of the DOJ right now. You're basically asking your own enemy, those who don't care nothing about you, to come in and save you. That is the wrong paradigm. That is the absolute wrong paradigm. But that's what I'm hearing. And it's absolutely insane to believe that you're going to get justice from a system that doesn't even want to acknowledge the pain and the history that your people have been through. So we don't plan on repeating that. I'm going to end on this. And again, I would recommend people to please do your research and your reading. I have a book that I've read called Medical Apartheid, and it took me a long time to read it because of what was in it. We have fought, bled, and died in this country. We have every right to be here. And again, those who want to leave, there should be a pathway for them to leave. And for those who have believed that we have just as much right to this land as anybody else, should have the right to remain here. And it's going to take us to be the ones to do that. And that is going to take us doing our research. It is going to take us having meetings to what I call informational meetings. These are meetings where we have people that do the research and can come back and bring it back to us. For example, there are many businesses that are still in effect, especially insurance companies. Names have changed, but many of these insurance companies, they made their money on the back of slaves and insuring slaves. And so we need people to do that research. We need people to join onto this fight. It is not going to be easy, but as I said before, nothing came easy in this country. Everything we've gotten, we've had to fight for it. And some have said that if we fail to get reparations and to utilize it to build a nation for ourselves, some people have said our race is going to be buried. And you can begin to see it now. will be buried under cultural and all kind of innocuous names, but us as a people, we will be buried. So this is about the survival of your and my children and future kids yet to be unborn. Yet to be unborn. So what are we going to leave? What foundation are we going to leave? And so as I see my older comrades and our older leaders, God bless them, that they have fought very hard for us. We have an obligation to do the same. And as some would say, there is no retirement in the struggle. The struggle continues. Hotep.
right now. I made it through the storm some way somehow. The roads are really rocky, hills are steep, and still the journey not complete. I could never get here by myself. Just see my struggle and each since I am. So to do is when I made a pledge, wherever it leads me, I'll be. I will raise Rastafari. I will serve it forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise on me up blessing. I will raise Rastafari. I will serve it forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise on me up. Poverty causes desperation, but don't let it make you go and do wrong. Turn to the power that's within. The answer's there for what you're searching. What Jah has done for me, He will do for you. You just got to believe that His words are true. Open up your hearts and allow Him to. He will lead you. He'll do. I will raise Rastafari. I will serve it forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise on me the blessing. I will raise Rastafari. I will serve it forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise on me the blessing. True, yeah. Break it up for me, break it up. Roads they are rocky, hills are steep. There is no place I say where Jah never hears. Calling me now, calling me, yeah. Calling me now, yeah. It's just temporary obstacles in you. Hey, I will praise Rastafari. I will serve Him forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise up me the blessing. I will praise Rastafari. I will serve Him forever. I will hail up the Most High, raise up me the blessing. True, yeah. Give thanks unto the Most High for all the blessings you have restored for my hand. Yes, sir. Heard I say, I greet you in the name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor King Selassie the First. Jah Rastafari. I greet
Abarigani, brothers and sisters, I am back to bring you part 5 of our Juneteenth celebration conference. The presenter for part 5 is a retired university professor, a lifelong revolutionary, and a current member of the Pan-African Revolutionary Socialist Party. This brother's name is Dr. Neil Holmes. Here he comes.
Hello, my name is Neil Holmes from the Pan-African Revolutionary Socialist Party. I'm honored to be a guest of the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition on this Juneteenth celebration. And I'm especially honored to present on the topic of why Pan-Africanism is the permanent solution. I think this is an excellent topic because we're in the midst of a really excellent, expansive mass movement, not only in this country, but throughout the world. Excuse me. Not only are our people demonstrating in the streets, but people of all nationalities and ethnic groups are also demonstrating in the streets and actually showing the power of the street to make change. However, these have occurred before and we haven't had complete change. So we want to talk about tonight, how do we get to that permanent change and what role Pan-Africanism plays in that permanent change. As you've probably heard before today, or maybe at some other time, what we mean by Pan-Africanism, and I'm an Nkrumahist, by the way, our organization is an Nkrumahist organization, and that means that it is inspired by the writings and the actions of Kwame Nkrumah, who was the first president of independent Ghana, and also one person who spearheaded and provided us with a blueprint for Pan-Africanism. And he also provided us with a definition. And that definition is Pan-Africanism is the total liberation and unification of Africa under a scientific socialist system. So there are three aspects to that definition that are extremely important. But when we think about what's going on today in the streets of America, what we see is young people and people actually of all ages, all ethnicities, as we said earlier, who are primarily engaged in the struggle against police brutality and police murder. And this is not new. Over 60 years ago, approximately 60 years ago, we were engaged in the same aspects. Cities were burning down, people were in the street, a few changes were made, and we went back home. Now, in addition to that, the government began, and these sets of demonstrations today are really important because at the last set of demonstrations, protests, rebellions, it was led by something called Black Power. And as a response to Black Power, the United States did two things. On the one hand, it began to lock up large numbers of our people. The president at the time was a person by the name of Richard Nixon. And he said, we have to treat the Negro differently without looking like we're treating the Negro differently. So what he did was come up with a set of laws, primarily drug laws, that a lot of people were breaking, but that only a handful, but the arrests were targeted toward African people. And this was designed to break up what was then not only the African community, but what was called the Rainbow Coalition around the Black Panther Party. And there was another Rainbow Coalition around people like Martin Luther King. And that Rainbow Coalition consisted of people of all nationalities. So if you were going to break this thing up, you had to go after the African community because the African community was the link that brought everyone together. So so this process of beginning to criminalize the African community and African men in particular began particularly after the Black Power movement. This is the same thing that happened to us after Reconstruction, after the Civil War. So this is a process that we see going on from time to time to time. And what this current set of protests are doing is to really break out of that period of incarceration that we've been locked into for the past 60 years or so. Now, the police, we have to understand, are part and a very important part of what we call the state. The state is that set of institution that controls violence in the society, in any society, and it uses that violence to protect those people that particular society thinks are important and should be protected. The state consists of the military on the one hand that operates internationally. It operates also internally in the case of African people and Native American people. But we're also talking about the police forces. We're talking about the prisons, the jails, and the court systems. All of those things are part and parcel parts of the state. So when we see a state in operation, we can get a sense of who the state believes are the main problems in a society. And because so many of us are locked up, African men alone represent almost 1 out of 12 of every imprisoned person in the United States. And African women are the fastest growing, are the fastest increasing population in the prisons. So somehow the state, that institution of violence that's designed to protect the ruling class, the people that own the society, the wealthy, somehow deems us to be the most dangerous group in the society. Now, why is that the case? That's the case because although we are quote unquote a minority inside this country, we exist all over the country, and we are in some of the most critical institutions economically, politically, culturally in the country, such that as the people who run the country say, we are a part and parcel of the essential workers of this country during the pandemic, during this current pandemic. We are part of the group that keeps the country moving, operating, and we play a very important role. But in addition to that, we are part of an international group of people who are not only found on the continent of Africa, but increasingly we are found all over the world. We are found all over Europe. We're found all over South America. We're found in the Caribbean, and we're also found in Asia in increasing numbers. And when our people are mobilized on a global basis, and even more so when our people are organized on a global basis, we have a capacity to really transform the world. And what we're seeing now is only a tiny peek preview of what we can do. However, we must do more. And one of the things that we have to understand is that we have been, for the past 600 years, we've been making history for other people. Our work has been going to profit other people. We've been building institutions for other people. We've been creating great amounts of wealth for other people. And at this particular stage, we need to begin to create something for ourselves. So now, how do we do this? One of the reasons that we were enslaved in the first place was that we did not have a state. That is, we did not have systems of violence that were sufficient to protect us from people who are coming in from the outside. So one of the things is that we have to do that. And we have to do that in a way that is not only politically and economically feasible, but one that is morally correct. That is, we should not, in order to protect ourselves, begin to dominate other people. It would be an error for us, in order to protect ourselves, to put the native people of this country or this country at disadvantage. That is to say that our homeland is in Africa, and for us to claim something other than that would be morally and politically indefensible. Now, this question of Pan-Africanism, this total liberation and unification, is necessary because, in fact, we are defined as one African people. We're, as Nkrumah said, we're part and parcel of the African nation. Now, what does that mean? That means that we as a people have been created as a single unit, really through the process of enslavement and capitalism. That is, as we looked upon, when Europeans first came to Africa, many of us looked upon each other as separate people. And because we looked upon ourselves as separate people, when they came, we were at war with each other, and they were able to use that division to divide us and conquer us. Once we were enslaved in this country in particular, and we were enslaved all over the West, but just speaking of this country for right now, once we were enslaved here, we began not so much to see ourselves as separate as Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, all these Fulani and so forth. We didn't see ourselves as this. We began to see ourselves as African, as one people. And the first thing we began to call ourselves was African. The first name of the first Christian denomination was the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The first organization that created community in the free, quote unquote, free communities of the North was called the African Institution. So we understand quite early that we were African. It was only later that we became confused. And at the same time that we were being created, that this common sense of us as one Africa came into being, on the continent, among enslaved Africans, that is, among enslaved Africans, they also had this sense that not only were they part of ethnic groups, but they were also part of something bigger. So among the enslaved Africans, people who were enslaved in Africa itself, also there was this a tendency to begin to organize themselves as Africans and not simply as ethnics. So it's not merely us being African, but it's us being enslaved, which helped to create this sense of oneness. So when we talk about this total unification, we also talk about this scientific socialism. And what scientific socialism means is that it's socialism that comes about through class struggle. The socialism that comes about because the people that are at the bottom of the society, the people who are most oppressed, began to overturn that oppression. And the people who were most oppressed and people who continue to be most oppressed were enslaved. And although we exist as workers and so forth, enslavement conditions and characterizes the nature of our work, even us being workers. Let me give you an example. I live in the state of Virginia, where now the masses are out pulling down Confederate statues all over the state. And also at the same time, they're pulling down statues of Christopher Columbus, with solidarity with the indigenous people, and the indigenous people are also involved in this growing struggle. Now, in the same state as all the states of the country, all over the world, we are dealing with this thing called the pandemic, the virus, the COVID-19. And in this state, in the prisons, our people, along with others, are making masks as a form of slave labor, enslaved labor. And all across this country, people who are enslaved are producing products that are being sold everywhere from Walmart to Whole Foods to all sorts of places. Clothes, foodstuffs, all kinds of things are being made by that's still enslaved labor. And so at the same time, our people are making the masks in the prison. They are dying in the prison for lack of proper health care, and certainly you can't do the kind of spacing and so forth that you need to have done. So and it's the Africans in prison, Africans own self-organization. In some prisons, they are themselves organizing cleanup, sanitation, making masks, as much social distancing as possible. They're doing all of that themselves. So it's among this. So even though while we are workers in this country, we are also, that enslavement still looms over us in a way it looms over no other people. And in fact, Kwame Nkrumah said of the Africans in the United States, he said that we are a domestic colony. We are a colony inside of the United States, which means that the United States controls us economically, politically, and controls most of our cultural institutions and our cultural production. So although we had this creative genius, the profit from that and also the attempt to control what we say and what we think is also done by those folks outside. At the end of slavery, to show the connectedness between Africans in the United States and Africans abroad, at the end of slavery in the United States, right away, Europeans began the process of colonizing Africa. Why was this colonization of Africa begun? It was begun, first of all, to begin to grow cotton in Africa, because it was believed that if we were going to be free in this country, then they didn't know who was going to grow the cotton. So the first move to colonize Africa came with the growing of cotton inside of Africa after our enslavement here. So we see this constant back and forth as our people on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean are treated in a similar way by the powers that be that run the world. And every time we understood that, and every time we moved in concert with each other, we were able to make a change. So in order to, in the long term, in the permanent way, so we won't have to go back and do what happened after the end of slavery and end of Reconstruction. We were put into those chain gangs, and criminalization was used to push us backwards. And it took us 100 years to get back to where we were right after the end of slavery. And then after we made some push in the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement, again, we were criminalized. And not only were we criminalized, but we began to lose land that we had fought to get. We had 15 million acres of land going into the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement. And today we have less than 2 million acres of land, much of it snatched away in order to remove our base for power and economic strength. Also, the powers that be, HUD, the housing, the Department of Housing Urban Development, did a study in which they said that Black power has grown out of the ghetto. To defeat Black power, we have to break up the ghetto. And so what the powers that be began to do was use so-called integration, as what one writer calls the one-way street of integration, to break up our communities and to break up Black power. So not only did they take our land, much of it in the South, they broke up the communities that we had in the North, throughout the country, in the urban areas. And they began to disperse us where we had less ability to organize and communicate and and build community. So this is where we are. But our young people have been able to communicate virtually. They've been able to, and while they have been dispersed, they've been able to recruit others that they're in now in these new communities and pull them into our struggle. But in order for us to break out of this current situation and not go back the way we went back after Reconstruction and slavery, not go back the way we had to go, the way we went back after civil rights and Black power, but this time to go forward on a permanent basis, we have to create a state system. We have to create a system of military power and economic might that can defeat all comers. And the way to do that, the only way possible to do that is to create an economic force large enough, strong enough, and powerful enough to support that military police force and also that cultural force that is sustainable. And the only way we can do that is with a continent-wide based country, like a continent-wide based country, which Africa would become. Not 54 separate countries, but one country. And a country which would have to be organized under scientific socialism, or else our people would be oppressed by our own people inside that country. We don't want to have a big United States where the 1% control 90% of the economy. We want to have a big Africa that's strong, in which all Africans participate equally, and all Africans share equally in the wealth of the continent. And so that's why we need Pan-Africanism as a long-term solution, as a permanent solution. We need a country that can defend us. We need a country that's based on equality, justice, and freedom. And we need a country in which the resources of the country are equally shared and belong to all the people, and which the people collectively plan in terms of the use of those resources. So those resources aren't controlled by a handful of conglomerates, a handful of corporations, corporate billionaires, but the resources are collectively controlled by the people themselves. That's the Pan-Africanism. And once we get into that Pan-Africanism, we'll move into a whole new situation. Let me just end with this one thing. In physics, there's a kind of idea that says this. There's a law. And that one law in physics suggests that when a system is stressed, and when there's pressure put on a system, and attempts are made to change that system, unless that system, even when that system is stretched like a rubber band, unless that system is totally changed, that system is going to go back close to where it began. This is what they call the law of the strange attractors. That is, the initial state. The system tends to always go back to the initial state of that system when that system was founded. The initial, and these laws are not only laws of physics, but we find the same laws in economics, these same laws in politics. So when we talk about the initial political economic state of this country was enslavement and powerlessness of the African, where the African was going to be kept as far out of power as possible. Every time we challenge this system and we stretch it and we stretch it and we stretch it and we confront it and we make it change, it will still snap back, maybe not all the way back, but pretty close to that initial state. It's only when you totally change the system and you create a new system that you get beyond the bounds and beyond the control of that system, and you can no longer be controlled by it. And so we have to create a new system. Now, once we create a new system, we have to be very careful, because the initial state of the system that we create, once it is attacked and challenged, it will always go back to that initial state. So if we create a new state and a new system, a new political economic system that is based on humanism, that is based on egalitarianism, that is based on understanding that people are in themselves. What we're trying to do is always make people better. And we're not trying to use people to make money or do anything else to benefit individuals. And if it's a system that honors and respects humans, then in fact, when it gets stretched, it's always going to come back to that point of humanism, egalitarianism, and collective benefit. If In the beginnings of our system, however, we create a system that's only a black version of what we have already. Then when it snaps back, it's going to be, we'll be in the same ball game. So the only way out of this process is to have total change. Total change is going to require a situation where we are able to be in a position to make the sort of changes unhindered by others. And that can occur primarily with that African landmass in Africa. However, it's going to require our work all around the world because we are the working class in this country. We're a major part of it. We're not the total part. And we are also the cultural influencers in this country. We influence culture through sports, through music, through art, and even through religion. And we do that in Europe, and we do that increasingly in Asia, and we certainly do it in South America. So as we bring all of these forces together and concentrate not merely on continuing making history in this country or making history for this country, and when we say we want to make America a better place, we want America to be a better place, but we concentrate on making America a better place as opposed to making Africa totally liberated and unified, then what we are doing is continuing to build for others. It's going to make it better for us, but we're continuing to build for others. So let's build for ourselves. Let's break this 600 year period of enslavement and domestic colonization. Let's look to building something of state, a force, an economic force that can protect all of Africa and Africans throughout the world, and also be the kind of place that can take care of everyone. That we have a society here that's supposed to be the richest society in the world. And while it's supposed to be the richest society in the world, we see people dying. It has it has the highest rate of death from this COVID-19 virus. At the same time, we see so-called small countries with different mindsets, places like Cuba, which have a very low death rate from the virus because they put people's health first. Vietnam is one of the safest places in the world in terms of the virus. It puts people's health first, and it puts humanity first. We are dying like crazy in this country from the virus because it puts profit first. So in order to build our new nation and our new world, we have to build one based on a new set of values, and those set of values are values that emanate from scientific socialism. The very last thing I want to say is this. In the same way that Africans coming down from the mountains in the Great Lakes region, bringing with them ideas that they first saw in the rainforest of Central Africa, coming from the Batwa, the small people, coming down, going to what we call Kush, and they developed these ideas further, and going further down the Nile Valley north into Kemet, and they developed these ideas even further. At that particular point, we established the first blueprint for the world. And everyone since then has copied large pieces of that blueprint. We are now about to create a new blueprint for the world, which will take not only Africa, but the entire world into a brand new state of being and state of mind, state of consciousness, and state of relating to each other. But we do that by marshaling our forces in one place, and that one place is in Africa. So we want to thank CPAC, that is the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, for this opportunity. We want to remind everyone that Pan-Africanism is, while it's a permanent solution and a long-term solution, it requires daily work and daily sacrifice. It requires us to actually be among the masses, to be out among the people, and to constantly do what we call education, political education among the people, but also organize. And that we have to organize ourselves as workers. We have to organize ourselves as workers in rural areas. We have to organize ourselves as peasants in Africa and in the United States and in South America. And we have to organize ourselves as workers in Europe, with the constant understanding that we are all African, we're all Africans, and we're going to build this one strong Africa to defend us and to also at last shift the world into a new reality. So thank you very much.
Come on, fly.
I don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
You are an African.
None of mind your nationality. You have got the identity.
You are an African.
Cause if you come from Clarendon,
you are an African.
And if you come from Portland, and if you come from Westmoreland,
you are an African.
I don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
You are an African.
Now mind your nationality. You have got the identity.
You are an African.
Cause if you come from Trinidad, and if you come from Nassau, say if you come from Cuba, don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
You are an African.
Not my denomination, that is only segregation.
You are an African.
Cause if you go to the Catholic, and if you go to the Methodist, said if you go to the Church of God, I don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
You are an African.
Now mind you complexion, there is no rejection.
You are an African.
Cause if you flexion high, high, and if you flexion low, low, and if it's in between, I don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man. Now mind your nationality, you have got the identity.
You are an African.
Cause if you come from Brixton, yeah, and if you come from Winston, say if you come from Harsden, and if you come from the East End,
Hotep, once again, brothers and sisters, we are about to go through our closing rituals. Before we do that, I have some announcements that I want to share with you. For those of you who want to stay tuned to us this evening, our Zoom link is www.cpac.engagedmmg.com. Also, we're going to be on the radio this evening. It's a little bit after 5 right now in Cincinnati, Ohio. The radio station is WAIF 88.3 FM. For those of you who want an internet hookup, and I'm going to give you two of them because I may have wrote it down wrong. www.waif883.org. If that doesn't work, it's going to be www.waifm883.org. I'm going to be on from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. this evening, and the Final Call News Hour is on right now, and they are going to be linking in to our Juneteenth celebration as well. So if you want to stay, we keep on going with us. Those are the two things that you can do. Was the phone number I'm supposed to give out?
You can do that.
Okay, all righty. And first and next, I want to give thanks to all of you who's tuned in to us today. Everybody who tuned in, we want to give thanks for you tuning in. Hopefully you got educated, and hopefully you enjoyed the entertainment. For those of you who have birthdays on this Juneteenth day, June the 19th, I want to say happy birthday to you as well. And to my father-in-law up in Chicago, Illinois, the elder turns 90 years old today. 90-year-old black man in America. I want to say happy birthday to my father-in-law, Eddie London Sr. And last but not least, before I introduce our closing statement, I want to say happy 29th anniversary to the Ashakur family. Just walked in and told us that 29 years of togetherness to the Ashakur family. Right now, we've got coming up our final closing statement from the Juneteenth Celebration Conference, and then our Harambes, the co-chair of the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, our brother Babatunde Akinwole.
Hotep, or peace to my African family. We in the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition would like to thank you all for your attention during the conference on African recovery from slavery and colonialism. Now, many of you are already on top of the information given here today, but unfortunately, too many more of us know little about the history of our people. And there can be no recovery from the ills of our history if we have little or no idea of the origin, process, and effects of it. We vigorously encourage Africans to seek a correct understanding of who they are, where they came from, and what responsibilities they have back to that from which they came. There is no substitute for or greater importance of having such information of the past to use as a guide for today and tomorrow. Study and analyze with fervor and seek to get those around you to do likewise. If we are to be successful in building a world where all people and everything else can live in peace and harmony, we must be properly informed. Please engage in study, and that includes history and everything else. We found that studying with others brings a new and higher level of understanding. It's always more informative to get the best of more than one mind. To that end, I offer study circles put together by our organization, CPAC. No doubt, our study circles are set up to develop the members of CPAC, and we would love to have you and or your organization join us in the struggle to achieve Pan-Africanism. But if you just want to participate in a study circle, there are no demands that you become a CPAC member. Just let us know you want to join the circle. Anyone wishing more information about slavery, Juneteenth, or about CPAC and our study circles, don't hesitate to contact us. We can be reached by writing to CPAC, that's CPAC, 1821 Summit Road, Suite 300P, that's P is in Paul, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45237, or by email at curt.standifer@yahoo.com. You can also call us at 513-290-2696. We eagerly await your correspondence, and until then, for the Cincinnati Pan-African Coalition, I am Babatunde Akinwole, saying to the entire African community, forward ever, backward never.
Greetings, my African brothers and sisters throughout the world. Habarigani, Hotep. My name is Atiba Parham. I'm here to lead us in Harambe. Harambe is a Kiswahili word that means pull together. It's a rallying cry that Jomo Kenyatta used to pull the people together, his people, in Kenya, to run the English out of the homeland. So that is the reason why we celebrate this day. As a people, we're moving forward, not only in Africa, but throughout the diaspora. And we're connected with each other. And this is a special time to do it, where we're worldwide. We want to pull together in a symbolic gesture, or put it together. In the same words that Marcus Garvey said, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, that Africa, for the Africans at home and the Africans abroad. We will pull together and we will symbolize that we have done our libation for our people. We will also go on to say that the ancestors are with us today because they have ascended and we are the ancestors. And we move forward and we're showing the world that we have come together as a people. We'll do our Harambes together. And let me lead us in this Rambe. We symbolically pull together by raising our fists above our head. And we'll pull down, symbolizing pulling together. And we'll do 7 Harambes. And the 7th Harambe will hold it above our head and we'll yell that Harambe for as long and as loud as we can, which will symbolize the end of our program. So I'm going to ask everyone in the presence of my voice to please stand up. Raise your fist above your head and we'll pull together. 6 Harambes pulling down, and on the 7th we'll hold it above our head as long as we can. Are we ready? Let's go. Harambe 1, Harambe 2, Harambe 3, Harambe 4, Harambe 5, Harambe 6, Harambe! Thank you. Asante sana.
Wait. You're not Asa, so I'm taking your name, Asa's name off.
I'm looking at myself. I'm like, I don't see him on here.
I know.
So when
You're talking right now.
We put together, as I said earlier, based on a couple of years of saying that it was necessary, that we've been studying, we've been celebrating Juneteenth here in Cincinnati for over 30 years. And many of us would go to the celebration and leave the celebration having a good time, but really still not knowing just what Juneteenth was about. We decided to put together the conference so that we could look at the kinds of things that were happening before Juneteenth, after Juneteenth, and what we need to do to move forward as a result of understanding the information put forward. So hopefully we did that during the conference. Now, one of the things that I want to make sure people understand was that we could not cover everything in a 4, 5, 6 hour conference. We're talking about people who have been on this earth or doing positive and negative things on this earth for over 6,000 years. 500 of those years, or maybe more than that, we've been doing them here in North America. So it took us a long time to kind of put that history together, and we couldn't cover it all in the time that we had. But what we wanted to do with the conference was to give people the impetus to go and find the information themselves, to look it up, find it, and me being an old school brother, I still think that cracking open a book is the best way to get information. But in this day and age, you can get information all kinds of ways. And we encourage you to look at every way possible that you can get information about our people. And then it becomes your responsibility to pass it on. I did a lot of years in the rites of passage process. Of course, I'm still working in the rites of passage process. But we always said, the more you learn, the more you understand. The more you understand, the more you can teach. The more you teach, the more all of us begin to get that understanding. So once you get any kind of understanding, it becomes your responsibility to pass it on. So what we wanted to do today, after the conference was done, was encourage folks who may have any questions, any comments, or just wanted to say what they felt about the conference, to get in touch with us. Give us a call. And Brother Chester has told us what the number is that you can call us at, and make your voice known. Just tell us what you're thinking, what you want to ask, and we'll see if we can deal with it right here. But one of the things I wanted to just kind of put it in importance on is the fact that in spite of all of the things, the negative things that have happened to us as a people, we still have the opportunity to make a positive impact on history. We still, in spite of enslavement, in spite of colonialism, in spite of capitalism continuing to exploit and oppress our people, we still have tremendous skills. We still have tremendous people power. And our homeland, Africa, is still the richest piece of dirt on this earth. And once we pull all of that together, we can continue to make a positive kind of impression on humankind. And that's what we intend to do. So it was really important for us to give the information about what has happened to us. But it is even more important for us to talk about where do we go from here? What do we do now? And that's why the last presentation, the one entitled Pan-Africanism, the Permanent Solution for African Enslavement and Oppression, was so very important. Because many times we get caught up in what do we do now? And people start arguing about, no, we got to do this, no, we got to do that. We have to make sure that we are crystal clear on where we are going. And Pan-Africanism, as Dr. Holmes, my good brother Neil, talked about in that last presentation, he said that Pan-Africanism is the total liberation and unification of Africa and all of our scattered children under an all-African, worldwide, scientific, socialist government. We always look at Pan-Africanism in those three stages. The stage of unification, the stage of liberation, and the stage of socialism. The stage of unification is that we have got to come to the point where we understand that African people, or people of African descent, wherever we live or wherever we were born in the world, are still part of the African nation. You can never stop being a part of the African nation. Africa is our mother. We were born in Africa. Africa was responsible for our existence. Had it not been for Africa, we would not be. We are African people, nothing else. We always push aside all of the other names they give us. And we know that since we've been in this country, we've been slave, nigger, Negro, Afro-American, African-American. We are African people. And we have to make sure that our people everywhere we exist in the world don't accept those phony names and those hyphenated names, Afro, French, any of the others. So we got to come together as a people. And we got to make sure that everybody throughout the African world community, that is, our people who live in North, South, Central America, our people in the Caribbean, our people in Africa, our people in Asia, wherever we live in the world, for all of us to understand and be clear on the fact that we are African people. And even if we never go back to Africa, or if we never set foot on Africa, period, we understand that African blood runs through our veins, that we are African people. That's number one. Number two, and this becomes the question of liberation. We understand that we are African people. We understand that every people has a rightful claim to a land base. The Creator, in its infinite wisdom and knowledge, gave us Africa as our land base, as our homeland. We know all of the powerful resources and raw materials and human resources of Africa. And we notice how important it is because everybody is seeking to get a piece of Africa. And right now, everybody is benefiting from the resources of Africa, but Africans. But we have to understand that life comes from land. Without land, there's no survival. If you don't control or own land, you're at the mercy or non-mercy of those who do. But the only land that we can rightfully, and I'm saying rightfully, lay claim to is our homeland. Now, a lot of times I have to go through a lot of changes in making people see this because there are many, many people who said to me, brother, America is my home. My forefathers and your forefathers spent our blood, sweat, and tears building this country, and we deserve to call it home. And I'm saying that's not true. One brother told me, he said, you always are the one who tell us that we got to understand our history. You must have missed that part. I said, brother, I did not miss it. It's true, we did build this country, but we were forced to do it. Had we not been forced to do it, we would not have done it. There was not one African sitting in Africa saying, I'll be so glad when white folks come and steal me and take me away to build a country for them to become rich and famous. Not one. We were made to do this. And every step of the way, we were fighting against doing it. Every step of the way. And I think that it is disrespectful to our ancestors for us to say that we made this country and deserve to have it. And it's also very disrespectful to the native people of this country who are pushed aside, pushed off into what white folks call reservations. And for us to ask them, white folks, for a piece of this land is like asking a thief to share their stolen bounty with them. I don't want a piece of that bounty. I want my own. And my own is the richest piece of dirt on earth, and that's the one I want. Because I know that once we understand who we are as a people and take back our land, we can be a power base against the forces of Rome. A power base. We have to free our homeland. It is very important for us to liberate Africa, to put Africa back under the control of African people. Once that happens, we will be able to make sure that our people, wherever we live or were born in the world, they will be properly provided for, properly protected, properly spoken for, and that we as a people can begin to have the same kind of pride and dignity about our homeland, our people, and our culture that other people have. Right now, he's talked to many of our people about Africa, and he said, I want to hear that mess. Don't give me that African booty scratcher shit. I ain't on that. And I'm saying that we have got to make sure that our people understand we are African people and Africa is ours and we got to take it back. And once we do that, everything in every part of the world that we live in will change for the better. That is the liberation of Africa. That third part, socialism. Under scientific socialism, I have been a socialist for a number of years. I first became an anti-capitalist back in the early 1970s. When I first went to school, I was an economics major. Many people don't believe that because I've never done anything in the economics field. I've always worked with youth. But when I first started studying economics, and we got to the piece on economic systems, and I found out what capitalism was about, I immediately said, there's no way I can support that. Especially when I found out that it was capitalism that brought forth the enslavement of African people, the colonization and neo-colonialism in Africa. I could not support that. And then I began to see how capitalism was exploiting people everywhere, not just African people, even though we were the ones who were exploited the worst, but everybody. Even their own people, white folks, were exploiting each other. And it was all for profits, as capitalism is a profit at all costs economic system. When I found out that, I knew that I could not be a capitalist. So I became an anti-capitalist, and I began to study. And in my studies, I came across the other economic system that was battling with capitalism, and that was socialism. And I looked through all of the economic systems of the past, from slavery to feudalism to capitalism to socialism, and the one that we're struggling for, communism, which really and truly is a reflection of the very first economic system, that which people called communalism. And African people were the ones who put that one together. Because communalism was based on people taking care of each other, making sure that each other had what they needed to survive. But they called it ancient communalism because it basically took care of a few people, maybe a tribe or a clan. But they said that communism was going to be for the entire world, millions, trillions of billions of people. And that's the reason it was looked at a higher stage. Well, regardless of what stage you look at it at, it caused me to start looking at communalism and looking at traditional African economic systems. And I had studied socialism, but I had looked at people like Marx and Engels and the folks that came out of Russia, Lenin, Stalin, those folks, and I saw what they were saying, but it just didn't hit me the way that I felt it was going to be something that could work for me. But when I started looking at traditional African economies and saw how communalism was working, when I started reading people like Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Julius Nyerere, when I started reading Sekou Touré, when I started reading the kinds of things that those people were saying, I said, there it is. And that is the reason they call it scientific socialism, because they were looking at the tenets of socialism, not at who were the people who were putting it into process, producing it. They were looking at the tenets and applying it to our situation, to the concrete material conditions of African people. And that's what Marx was doing in Europe. He was applying it to the material conditions of European people. And that's why it didn't ring with me. But when I saw what Nkrumah was talking about and what Nyerere was talking about, Sekou Touré was talking about, I said, there it is. I am a socialist. But we understood that socialism is simply a transitional stage between capitalism and communism. That all of the kinds of things that we've come to live with and even enjoy, or think we enjoy, under capitalism, those things had to be removed from our existence, from our thought process. I got to make more money. I got to have more money than you. I got to have the most expensive car, the most expensive clothes. All of that stuff has got to be completely removed from us and replaced with, I got to make sure that me, my brother, my sister, over there and over there has what they need to survive. That's what we have to move ourselves to. And socialism gives us the opportunity to move through that transition into worldwide communism. Folks would always ask me, what is the difference between capitalism and socialism? Well, in any economic system, there's what's called the means of production. The means of production is everything that's necessary to produce. We're talking about land, mines, factories, materials, tools. All of those things make up the means of production. And if the means of production are controlled privately, then those who control the means of production call the shots. There's another piece in productivity that's outside of the means of production, but without it, produce or production can't happen, and that is labor. And the working class are the laborers. And the only way that the working class earns a living is by selling their labor to those who own and control the means of production, or the ruling class. And that's what capitalism is all about. Capitalism says that we make profit at all costs, and the only thing we do day in and day out is think of how do we make some more. There was a song by one of the songwriters that I enjoyed back in the day, Bill Withers, and he said, rich people watching the people poor, trying to figure out how you get some more. That's all they do. Making more and more is what they do. And they don't care what they have to do to get it. Unemployment, war, poverty, pollution, lying, killing, murdering. It doesn't matter. Whatever it takes to make profits, that's what they're going to do. Now, the poor people who are the laborers, they're stuck because the capitalists or the ruling class, whatever they have to pay for, they make sure that they pay the least. And whatever they sell, they make sure that they get the most. And one of the biggest costs for the capitalists is the labor. So they're always at odds with the working class. Working class, the capitalists must make more and more profits in order to stay capitalists. The workers must demand better wages and benefits if they want to stay alive. So the battle is always on. And the battle is like life giving and life maintaining for both of them. The capitalists would rather die than give up their profits. And the working class will die if they can't get decent wages. So the battle is on, and I am saying that when we move to the point, when contradiction moves us to the point where people understand that capitalism is not a fit economic system for human beings, it will be the working class that puts capitalism to death and buries it. Now, on the other hand, socialism works off of tenets, as we said, or rules or principles. The tenets of socialism says, from each according to their ability, to each according to their production. That just means during socialism, you got to produce something. You got to give something in order to get something back. Communism says, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. So you give whatever you can give, but you get back whatever you need. So if you have one person who has no children but many skills, there's much they can give. But if you have another person who has very few skills but 8 or 9 children, there's not a whole lot they can give. But that one with 9 children needs more. But as long as that one with 9 children gives what they can, they deserve to get what they need. And the fact that the person who has more skills than them does not mean that they get more, they get what they need. And that way, everyone can have what they need to move forward. And that's the reason we got to have that transitional stage that says, I want to have a vacation in the south of France. I want to go to the Caribbean and lay out on the beach with a drink in my hand with one of those little umbrellas in it, instead of working hard and going through all those changes all my life. You know, we wipe that stuff out until everybody is able to do that. That's what socialism is about. And we're saying that we will not rest until we're able to do it. We are sick and tired of seeing our people saying that we have no decent housing. We have no decent health care. We have no decent wages. We have no opportunities to move forward. We have nothing. And when you turn around and look at other folks who have everything, corporations give their CEOs millions of dollars in bonuses, while we have people on earth who haven't eaten in 4 or 5 days. How in the world can you justify that in a system like capitalism? As we said earlier in one of our presentations, it's just a damn shame that we got folks who will live in a capitalist country and appreciate the luxuries of living in a capitalist country and have disdain for those people living in countries that have far less than them. How come they can't do for themselves? They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Really not understanding that the reason that they have nothing and you have everything is because the greedy, money-hungry capitalists that you live with are exploiting and oppressing those who have nothing to death. And you standing there looking at them like they are the problem. Those folks who are making sure that you have running water and toilet paper and those kinds of things, they are the problem. So we have to make sure that when we rebuild the African nation, capitalism has no place in it. None whatsoever. And we got to make sure that we begin to get our people in the mindset of not wanting that BMW or that Mercedes, in the mindset of not wanting those clothes with white people's names written all across it. The mindsets of not wanting those big, expensive, those big, high-priced houses. I'm not going to call them expensive because all of the resources that put those things together are stolen from folks like us or our homeland. So we are socialists. That's what we're pushing for. Pan-Africanism is the total liberation and unification of Africa and all of our scattered children under an all-African scientific socialist government. That's what we are struggling for. We're saying that we needed to make sure that that was clear when we talked about Juneteenth, especially during these times, because we have people who are struggling right now to bring about what is called reform in this system. They want to stop police officers from killing black people. They want to stop major corporations from not paying decent wages. They want to stop. I'm just saying that we are looking at developing reform in little individual pieces. You had to put the focus on the primary thing that's responsible for all of the atrocities, and that is the economic system. When I studied economics, we found that the economic system of any society is the basis of that society because it is the way the society earns its living. We also found out that economic systems were built based on the cultures of the people who put it together. We know that in African society, we understood that the group was more important than the individual. Everybody in African society wanted everybody to have what they needed. And that probably came because in Africa, the things that we needed to exist, especially food, was plentiful. We didn't have to fight each other to eat and stay alive. We didn't have to steal from each other to eat and stay alive. On the flip side, in Europe, when humankind was developing itself in Europe, Europe was just coming out of what was called the Ice Age. And scarcity was all over the place. There was really no food. There was really not a whole lot that people could use to keep themselves alive. So if you found something to eat, instead of being overly happy about, oh, I'm getting ready to eat something, you had to also consider, I got to protect this because somebody's going to come to steal it. And Europeans developed that kind of mindset that in order for me to stay alive, I got to take stuff from other people. And when they were able to move out of Europe and find people other than them that had even more than they had in Europe, they lost their minds in trying to take that stuff from those folks. And that mindset of being conquerors, being the people who are in charge, being the people who could enslave other people, was in their minds. And capitalism became an economic system that they could really and truly endear to. So we have to make sure that we understand that culture really and truly influences people's activities and a people's thought process. And that you don't change that unless you destroy the people and start over again. I always tell folks, the Europeans spent their entire existence building weapons of destruction. The first weapon was that caveman's big bark, that club that they used to steal stuff from each other. And they continued to develop weapons of war after that, up until now when we have the nuclear era. At the same time, again Africans did not have to fight each other that way. So we began to develop a brotherhood and sisterhood among people. Come on over this weekend. Bring the kids. We're going to cook some food, play some music, dance, have a good time. While in Europe, they were worrying about somebody stealing their sweet potato. And how they were going to protect it. We developed in two different ways. So our culture developed in two different ways. And now here we are in North America, dominated by a European capitalist society. And we can't understand how come we can't live in it. It is not ours. We are pushing that instead of struggling to make sure that the police department stops killing our people, we need to be struggling for our own police. We have to have our own if we want it to work for us. Their stuff don't work for us. They fight to nail day and night to make sure that what they have installed continues to exist. For us, we need to make sure that we struggle day and night to make sure that we bring about that which we need to exist and to continue to exist. And what we need is diametrically opposed to what they need on the surface. Because we're all human beings. And the basics for human beings are food, clothing, shelter, and safety. If we can get to that point, well, that is the mindset. And then we want to make sure that all of us are providing those things. Then we can begin to start moving together and having all people work and live together. Until then, we have got to have our own. But once we get our own, what is important about Pan-Africanism is that once we get our own, we have our people together, we have control of our homeland, and we are living based on the tenets of socialism. Once that happens, all of the resources and raw materials of Africa can be used to support other justice-loving people and other potentially justice-loving people.
Can you hear?
And the more justice-loving people we can develop in the world, the less chance there is for those who are doing dirt in the world to exist. Either they have to give up the dirt or they have to give up themselves. We have the power to actually push that movement forward. But we first have to make sure we do for self. Africa can take care of but we say that no one should get a piece of the African pie until Africans first get a piece of the African pie. That's what we have to struggle with. That's the way we move forward. With that, I want to ask again. If anyone has any questions, any comments, or anything else they would like to present, give us a call. But I'm going to ask Brother Chester to give us the number to call in again. And he's putting it on the screen. All you have to do is call us at that number. We'll make sure that your question gets through, or your comment gets through. We'll see if we can have a discussion about it. Please get in touch with us.
Barbara, what is the socialism? How does that compare with the stuff that Bernie Sanders was talking about? And he got these young people in America trying to talk about socialism. All those. Is that the same socialism level that they're talking about?
It's a step. He is still talking about having the system that exists stay in existence. But they just eliminate having major corporations make all the money. Everybody else make none. He is suggesting that we begin to do better by the working class than we're doing now. We're saying what socialism does is that it eliminates classes in the society. And there be one class. Everybody's in the same class. Nobody moves above or below anyone else. So what Sanders is talking about, of course, we all know that Sanders is saying that we should not have people who are in the forefront. Sanders himself is a millionaire. I can't imagine being a millionaire. So I'm not on the same level as Bernie Sanders. But I am saying that he is pushing for a more equitable kind of distribution of the wealth. And that's where he is. I must say that I can't stand on the side of any of them who were or still are running for president. But Bernie Sanders was closer to being more correct than any of the other ones. And he was pushing it that other people were kind of bringing it, moving to that point. And even now, we have people who are proclaiming that we are in a battle of capitalism versus socialism.
Okay. We do got our Sister Tracy. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. We're trying to.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Hi, sister.
Okay.
Hey, Babakar, how are you?
Okay. Everyone, bear with me because this is technically one of the first times we're doing this, switching over with the Zoom. All right. So I'm going to try to make this, technically adjust. But you can go ahead. Baba can see you right now, and as I pull that around and down, there we go. Baba, hold on to that.
All right,
sister, I see you. Are you there?
I see.
I don't think she can hear you. Tracy? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you guys. Good.
All right.
What is your question or comment, sister?
I don't have a question or comment at this time. I just chimed in and because I just got the link and all of that, so I haven't had time to, formulate a question. I just got off of another webinar about 15 minutes ago, talking about, what we're doing. Actually, Attorney Ken Lawson was on the CEAI meeting and dropped a lot of good knowledge as to, what we need to be doing, in the Cincinnati area as far as where we are with Black Lives Matter and things like that. So I rushed and chimed in on this call after taking some notes and, just kind of regrouping from that webinar. So I don't have any questions or anything at this time.
Well, I certainly appreciate you tuning in to us and just hang with us. We're going to continue this thing. Brother Asa is about to leave here now and go over to the radio station. So from his program starts at 7, so we're at least going to go to about 8. So just hang with us. And if you do have any input that you'd like to bring about, just give us a call.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, Baba.
Yes, indeed. All right. So
peace and blessing. I'm here. I'm here. I'm just taking notes from my last webinar, and but I am definitely here and on board.
All right. You can mute, and but you'll still be there. We're gonna go back to Baba, and we'll come back if you want to speak. Bob, what about the Black Lives Matter movement? How does that play in the whole scheme of things right now, as far as organizations?
Well, all of the reformist groups, and I say reformist groups. First of all, let me just talk about the difference between reform and revolution. Reformists are people who think that people who are struggling to make this system treat African people equitably. And they're saying that we can, by doing certain things, protesting, voting, and those kinds of things, make this system work for us. As a revolutionary, I am saying, first of all, that I don't want to be part of this system. I want my own. That's really saying it's revolutionary because we want complete and total change. But we are saying that the people who are struggling for reform are not our enemies. They're not our opposition. In fact, most of those folks are my heroes. I am struggling for us to have our own. And I don't know how long it's going to take to bring that about. We're going to have to completely re-educate our community. But in the meantime, somebody got to stop these police from putting their knees on our neck. Somebody got to stop these greedy money capitalists from keeping us from getting decent incomes. Stop the pharmaceutical and medical corporations from giving us decent health care. Somebody got to stop that. And the reformers are working hard to do that. Y'all are my heroes. And I love you for that. But I am saying that it is not going to work. We have been living with these folks for over 500 years. And I don't know what else white people can do to make us understand that they couldn't care less about our needs and interests. They're not going to give us anything. In fact, the people who are in power are never going to give power to those that they exploit and oppress, because those that they exploit and oppress are the basis, the sustenance of their actual strength. They're not going to do it. They may give us some crumbs here, some crumbs there, but I don't want their crumbs. I want my own, because I know that what I have is far, far, far more powerful than what they have. So in terms of groups like Black Lives Matter, I bow my fist up for you. Struggle and keep struggling. But at some point, you're going to come over to the revolution side, because you're going to realize these folks ain't getting ready to give us nothing. So I love you. I love those groups. I love the people that are doing it. I have conversations with most of them. I even, in terms of voting, I have never, ever, since I've been old enough to vote, not voted. Never. But there's no way I think that we can vote ourselves to liberation. We can vote ourselves to freedom. That is not going to happen. We do not have any control in that voting system. None. And if we think that we do, I mean, at one point in America, we had heads of major cities in this country. All of the big cities, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Cincinnati, Atlanta, all across this country, we had more mayors, African mayors, in this city than ever before. And our communities were in worse shape than ever before. Because we have a saying, a black face in a white place must do white things, because they don't control anything. It is still that white power structure that controls. That's how come when we had a black person sitting in the White House, there was not a whole lot that brother could do for our community. Did what he could, I guess. But there was not a whole lot he could do because he was not in control. And we are saying that the reformists, at some point, you're going to be a revolutionary. Yeah. But for right now, all I can say is I love you, and I want you to continue to do what you're doing, because the more you learn, the more you understand, the more you're going to have to contribute to the rebuilding of the African nation. I'm sorry, sister.
Yeah. And I want to say in the CEAI meeting, it is really not a Black Lives Matter type of deal. It is really talking about the collaborative agreement that we have, and Iris Rowley heads a lot of this as an activism in our community, and it's talking about the police reform. What are some things that need to be put in place so that everybody understands what level of playing ground that they have. Where I may be, one level, another person may be on the boots in the ground, other levels. And we have young folks that are definitely, I'm sorry, I got a young folk, it's dropping off some stuff.
I hear you. But let me say why you take care of your business.
So
you got it?
CEAI does not represent like Black Lives Matter.
Right.
That was just kind of my term. That's Jay Cologne, that's our
Hey,
operator. So we are trying to make sure that our youth have a platform to be able to make change, and that we can give this torch to those that educate them, so that they are the future of our world, and they are the ones that are going to make the difference. And so CEAI, we do 2 days a week, Wednesdays and Fridays, and the platform is huge. And it is time for us to now act, as you stated, Baba. We have to understand what playing field we play on, what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, and move from that. Because we all have our positions, and now it's time for us to really understand our positions and play our positions, so that while we're here and the momentum is here, guess what? Let's go ahead and do what we need to do. Whatever we give and however we give. You may never see me, but you know what? Guess what? You better believe that I'm behind the scenes doing what I need to do, just like everybody else. So, sometimes it just takes different players and different arenas, and that's what we're trying to organize. And we have young Black leaders that are, on the playing field, that are willing to do the necessary work. And you know what? It's time that we educate them and be able to pass the torch. So that's just all I have to say at this point.
Excellent. Listen, let me just say that in terms of some of the people that you mentioned, first of all, Reverend Lynch and Iris Rowley, they are some of my favorite people. I've worked with them for years and years and years. Iris came through our teacher training program. I actually taught her son in my rites of passage process. Me and her husband, Jesse, are the closest of brothers. And Reverend Lynch has always allowed me to come into his church and teach the youth inside of his church in the rites of passage tradition. I've always had respect for those people. But what I'm saying is that with Iris and the collaborative agreement, all of the kinds of things that Iris is about in terms of policing, she is going to be the expert in policing. And when we put together our own police force, guess who would be a prime person for actually putting the whole piece together? People like Iris Rowley, because she knows exactly what is necessary, what is needed. So I am saying to all of those folks who are working in those kinds of reformist movements, work them, understand every piece of it. Because when it comes time for us to do for self, you'll know exactly what to do. Y'all become what we back in the old days used to call the spook who sat by the door. That came from a novel by Sam Greenlee, and it also was a movie about a person who was inside of, it was either the FBI or the CIA, and he was part of their organization for years. And all of the years that he was in there, he would spend his time trying to figure out exactly how they were organized, what they were doing, how they were doing it. And once he left the organization, he built his own inside of the community and used it to work for us. So that's what I'm saying. Get those skills, get those resources, and bring them home, because we need them.
We got there's another call on the line. I don't know if they're going to talk. That last 4 digits 0522. Hello, are you there?
What's your name, brother?
Hey, I don't know where I'm at in the timeline, because I just heard you talk about Irish Rolly and Pastor Lynch.
Just I can't hear him very well.
I saw you today at the United Dairy, right?
At United Dairy, I'm not sure.
Who must be with? Who's?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did just see you today.
That's what I thought was Brother Lee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Bobby Kirk.
Yes.
Now this is what I'm gonna say this real quick. All power due to the consciousness that has came through the years of time to be with you and with me and everybody on this land. Bobby Kirk, I want you to relax, because you actually, I'm up, and there's a whole bunch of other people, Cheetah, Brother Chester, there's a whole bunch, Brother Chimumba. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people up because of you. I'm up because of you. It's about to be a whole different ball game right now. And you need to relax. You do not need to be out here on this field no more. Period. Blank. You just talked about Irish Rome. And the fact is, she was doing what she doing, but I understand the federal government and emergency management from a whole different level. And she ignores me. Not that I got a problem with that, but I can let her me too. Not that I got a problem with the fact that she ignores me. Because it's like, this is what, I'm going to be real quick, brief with what I'm going to say right here. When the United States has taken over countries, they always put in people who are going to be close to what they want to do. Because they're going to take ownership to be with the people that they want to do. And then they have to have the capacity to do what they want to do. It's about to be a whole different ball game, Bobby, because it's about to be a whole different ball game. Because you know me up. I would not be talking on this phone right now if it weren't for you and a Jenga commission who, back in the 80s, started me understanding what I'm doing, had me actually connect with the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the things I do that were significant. And then there was a backlash on that. So, Bobby, I just want to say this to you. You need to relax. You need to get out there and push another. You need to not be out here stressing yourself. Peace.
All right, Brother Leroy, before you leave, you still there? Brother Leroy. Okay, wait a minute. I want to address that, but you did say something to me when I saw you about the grid going down soon. Can you just give us just quickly? Can you just tell us what you meant by that and what it is we're going to have to actually look out for and do if something like that happens?
Okay. I'm going to say this just like this because I'm working on this project that I'm going to put out on the internet. The thing is, I got a GoFundMe page. I'm not going to talk about my GoFundMe page for me. But the fact is, if you go to my GoFundMe page, which is GoFundMe.com/CPAC, GoFundMe.com/CPAC, I have a video up there that you can pull up into the right hand section. And it talks about the fact that these guys have put in legislation about putting money out a year before COVID-19. A year before they told like we're gonna give them a check out, a $1,200 check out. They started the motion for that a whole year before. Racist black man, and I was killing nicknames. This would be my perfect time to do it. I would wait till what they're going through right now, and wait till what they're dealing with in the winter time, and then I would just shut the grid down, and then they would blame it on the Chinese. This is the news I'm looking at. They're gonna blame it on the Chinese, but the grid gonna go down. But I've been in this stuff so tough, Dr. Kirk, that So what I'm trying to do is do some stuff that will negate that stuff and mitigate that stuff. But anyway, that's my response to what you just said.
All right, brother. Can you give that website one more time?
CPAC.news. CPAC.news. Please go through there. Look at the documents. Look at the videos and choose the name. The Bobby Kirk.
Yes.
I don't care who's listening, Bobby Kirk. You know we have to do some stuff. I got a 75-year-old sister in Chicago, Bobby Kirk, that I need to worry about because ain't nobody there for her, right? I don't like folks in Cincinnati necessarily, but the point is, you raised me up, so I'm just telling you, it's about to get ugly, and there ain't too many people listening. But just like there ain't too many people listening.
All right, brother. Well, listen, I wanna thank you for dialing in, and I want to encourage people to go to the website because there are some things there that you can look at and prepare yourself for emergencies like what he's talking about. Thanks again, Brother Leroy.
Okay, let me interject right here, Bobby Kirk. Can I interject right quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, and everybody knows that I put this thing out about CERTS, Community Emergency Response Team, because if you go to either one of these websites, FEMAT.NEWS or CEC. I'm going to say arrogant, but the point is, she has no idea how she should help the black community to be prepared for what's going on. She has no idea about mutual aid agreements, about if the grid does go out this winter, black people in wheelchairs, they lay the guard. They ain't getting no food. They got to go somewhere because we partnered with the Cincinnati Metropolitan Housing in 2014 because they was like, yes, the grid go out. We can't feed people. They got to go somewhere after 2 weeks because we ain't got no power, we ain't got no electricity, we ain't dealing with the plumbing, so they got to go somewhere else. So we got a county commission who has no clue about this stuff. and ask to do things.
All right, brother. Well, I certainly appreciate you giving us that information, because it seems like if something like that does happen, all they got to do is just sit back and watch us, because the first thing we're going to do is attack each other.
That's what I'm saying. By the church, you need to take it easy. You need to figure out how you're going to deal with this stuff. Give me a call. We sit down, look through it, then we make sure you got 700 pounds of beans and some carrots or some.
All right, brother. I appreciate your concern. Thanks for calling, brother. Hotel. I do want to address that. One of the things that pushes me, and I've been here for a few years. In August I'll be 71. So, but I've been here for a few years, and one of the things that one of my mentors told me years ago. This was Brother Kwame Ture, who first was Stokely Carmichael. But when I was in the All African People's Revolutionary Party, I met with Kwame Ture many times. And one of the things he used to say to us is that when you become a servant of the people, you can never go back. Because once you go back, you become a traitor. And you always have that work to do. Another friend of mine, kind of a colleague of mine, Ojinga Kamisi. Ojinga always says, the ride ain't over. We still got work to do as long as we can breathe. And I am saying that even though I cannot do many of the things that I used to do, but Leroy is right there. Many things that I used to do, I can't do anymore. But I still can do something. And as long as I can draw breath in this old broken down body of mine, I'm going to continue to work in the interest of my people. So, yes, I need to cut back. Yes, I need to maybe take it easy every now and then. But I can never stop, ever. So that's the only comment I have on that. I'm still out there working, and I'll be working until I can't breathe anymore.
I gotta say, brother, if y'all can hear me, I'll be saying the same thing, brother Leroy. But we need soldiers, and you know what I'm saying, male and female. We need, and that's all I'm gonna say on that. I said the same thing a million times.
Well, I tell you what will give me the impetus to kind of back up a little bit is when I know that when they take me out, and believe me, they've tried to do it a few times. When they take me out, I know that there's 1,000 more me's coming over the hillside. That's when I know I don't worry about dying now anyway. But I really won't worry when I know that we got a group of young people standing up there that's getting ready to take care of serious business in the interest, the needs and interests of African people. I ain't going to worry about nothing then. So we are organizers, and we want to organize. We want to bring young people, and especially young people and women, together to begin to work in the needs and interests of African people. And that's what I'm going to be working on until I leave here. All right, sister, I think you had another comment over here.
Yeah, I just want to know, what are we doing and what, CPAC is doing, currently right now, as far as organizing and getting involved with what's happening today. So I do want to know what's going on with that.
Our primary focus right now is on political education. We feel that we never can do that which needs to be done until we understand what needs to be done. So we got to be clear on the issues. I always say that when the average everyday brother and sister on the street understands what the issues are, who is responsible for the issues, and how those issues impact us, and what power we have to manipulate or eliminate those issues, that's when we'll begin to move. But first we got to have that understanding. Now, President Kwame Nkrumah, who was the first president of Ghana after British colonialism, Nkrumah used to say, theory and practice must be a marriage. You cannot separate, or you should not separate theory from practice, because theory without practice is empty. You can have all the theoretical knowledge in the world in your mind. If you don't use it, you may as well not have it. But he also said practice without theory is blind. You might want to change the world, but if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably going to cause more problems than you're going to do good. So you keep the theory and the practice together. But he also said practice is the cutting edge, because nothing happens until you do it. So we, first of all, focus on political education. We put together study circles. We want to look at everything, what has happened to us, what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, who have been our friends, who are our enemies, what kinds of things have worked for us, what things have not worked for us. We need to understand all of those things if we're going to put together a movement that's going to be successful. Then we got to make sure that we put together strategies for organizing all sectors of our community. We got to make sure that from the folks who are working in the major capitalist organizations, the Procter & Gamble's and the Cincinnati Bells, our people who are in those organizations, our people who are working the white collar workers, the blue collar workers, our people who are working in the streets, our people who are homeless, our people who are welfare getters. We got to make sure that we have a strategy for organizing each one of the sectors of our community because we need them all. Those are the things that we look at inside of CPAC. Okay. And so right now, and our focus right now is going to be on developing youth. We want to make sure that we put together, Nkrumah had a group he called the Young Pioneers. The Young Pioneers are the ones who are going to carry that struggle forward because as Leroy suggested, us old timers are no longer soldiers. We can't get out there and do the boots on the ground action. But the youth are the ones who are going to do it. We need to make sure that they are prepared to do it. Because they don't just come out there as loose cannons. But we also feel that it's going to be really important for us to organize our women. We have a number of women, most of our women, who are strong and brilliant. What they need is a revolutionary organization, some kind of grouping that they can look at and tell them this is where we need to be and this is what we need to do to get there. Because they are the ones who are going to be the first ones to teach our children. They are the ones who are going to be the nurturers in our community. They are the ones who really and truly are the workers in our community. We must organize our women and our children. And as men, we have that responsibility to do that. So that's what we're pushing right now in CPAC.
And are we collaborating with anyone when it comes to CPAC? Are we collaborating with organizations that already have these things in existing, as opposed to trying to start from the bottom up? Who are we collaborating with so that we can get some of these things done? Because we know starting from bottom, it's hard to develop these type of organizations. But there are plenty organizations out there that we can collaborate with to be able to do and carry out the mission that you're speaking of.
Yes. Let me first of all say that CPAC is a coalition, and inside of the coalition, we invite organizations and individuals, but we put our thing together to invite organizations to come into CPAC. Now, whatever your focus is as an organization, you bring that focus into CPAC. One of the things we do in our study circles is we simply show you how those skills that you have developed in your particular focus can be used to help push forward the African nation. But you never stop dealing with what it is you were dealing with before. You're still autonomous. You still do those activities and programs that you were doing before. But inside of CPAC, now you have a number of organizations that can give you support, and you can support those other organizations in the work that they do. So yes, we are open to all organizations. There are basically 4 organizations inside of CPAC right now, and we are wide open for any others. We want people who are involved in politics, who are involved in finance, who are involved in art, who are involved in agriculture. All of the things that are needed to push forward the development of a nation. We need those things inside of CPAC. And when we bring all of them together and start talking about us working as one African people, then we begin to make progress.
This is Brother Leroy Strack. Can I interject here?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, because at one point in time, the CERT program did pay membership and dues to become a part of CPAC.
Yes.
We actually did membership or the membership of our organization declined because at a certain point in time, the system failed to give us credentials, IDs and credentials to say that we have passed certain processes to be a part of a system. And so the membership of CERT, Community Emergency Response Team, declined because the fire department failed to deal with some credentialing process. It was an ugly situation. However, we as an organization were involved with CPAC. Now let me make that even more clear to you. If you had a CERT organization where you live at, I don't even know who you are, sister, where you live at, but if you had a CERT team that was in your community, that CERT team could say that, look, I'm in Avondale, or we are in Bond Hill, or we are in Moosewood, or we are, and so we are going to set up a plan, and we're going to give our plan on what's going to happen in case of an emergency, no matter what the disaster is. We're going to submit our plan to the Emergency Management Agency, and they're going to put it in as part of their process. So therefore, if the power grid went down, if there was an earthquake, we know that Tommy, Susie, and Johnny, if they're safe from our community, should have to be able to go to school, old school program in Avondale or Bond Hill or whatever we set up to make them understand that we got a process in order in case something happens. Again, if you had a CERT team in your community and people are saying like, well, damn, I ain't got no water, the CERT team can say like, we have already set up to understand where water is going to come from, where this and that is going to come from. So our CERT team was a part of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Now see, now when you get past me, sister, you're talking about preppers. You're talking about people that go live in the woods and just go say, the hell with the whole system, everything down, let's go hide, blah, blah, blah. As a student of the Nation of Islam, I don't necessarily want to talk to go hide. I was taught to be a part of how do we deal with this system and how do we move forward in the process of being a part of this system and separating from this system. So your question was like, I think your question particularly was like, what has been going on or what has been going on and what organizations. So at the same time that our organization CERT was trying to get something in motion, we have been exposed to racism from the system. Now, let me make that perfectly clear to you. If there was a terrorist organization coming to the United States to do something, there is a system called prevention and protection. They would do everything they could do to intercede, disrupt, or do whatever to stop that terrorist organization from doing what they were trying to do to come to the United States of America to do something. As a black man, when I walked up to the Hamilton County Emergency Management Agency, I met white supremacists that said, like, I don't know what you're talking about. The same white man that told me I don't know what I was talking about, the same white man was supposed to help me get the system in order to help my community. Later on, when I went to Chicago, I snuck my ass to Chicago and got some training to come back to Cincinnati to do some training. Assistant Chief Charlie sent me to a training session at the Hamilton County Emergency Management. The same white boy kicked me out of the meeting because I wasn't qualified enough to his study. Now, I've been around long enough to get rid of that white boy, but we still got a system that's still in play to stop us from doing what we want to do. So I'm not trying to do anything against CPAC, or any other organization that's already doing what they're doing. What I'm trying to do as my particular organization, or our particular organization as CERT, is to try to say that, like, look, there's some stuff that's supposed to work with the government that already exists, and we need to keep that in motion and in play. But at this current time, you know, I still need to make that stuff happen because we have black officials that are stopping things from happening right now. So at that point, I'll yield.
All right, my brother. But sister, in terms of CPAC, we really are wide open for organizations to come into it, even militia organizations. We need everything up inside of the organization so that we can begin to look at exactly what we have. So that if something happens in one neighborhood and we have an organization who can bring some kind of assistance to that particular situation, all we got to do is send them there. That's what we're trying to develop right now.
Yeah, because coalitions, are generally made of 12 sectors. You got a parent, you got a youth resort, you know what I mean? That whole little quote unquote standard of a coalition.
Yeah.
And you ain't gonna go there, right?
Right.
That's what they call a coalition. But, I'm just interested as to know, hey, where are we, with that, and, what is it that we're trying to do on our end to, because it's folks out here doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, systems that we can tap into to, make our own. And when I say make our own, mean that, we put our stamp of approval on it should we have the right forcing, behind us and backing us to move forward in that area. So, I'm not one that adheres to no. I'm one that, and we're a living example of no from the feds and all of that, and to where we did it until we said, until we got that yes. So I just wanted to know the position as to where we were with CPAC, and I say CPAC. I just wanted to know where we were, in that mission as far as gathering other folks and other organizations that could help us push. And, we could become a united front in our efforts, because we're all wanting and asking for the same things.
Right.
But sometimes it takes, that village and that community to be able to move forward, because you're only as good as your last no.
That's
You're
right.
only as good as your last no.
You hit it.
So until we get a yes, that's what we do, and that's what we're pushing for. So that's why I was asking that. Just wanted to know what forces were behind us, and if we were, open and willing to, look to collaborating with other organizations. And there are youth groups out here that are doing the dang thing, Baba. They are doing it.
Right.
And they're showing up and showing out.
Yes.
And we need to grab hold to those, because starting from the bottom and all of that kind of jazz, and starting new thing, it's not working. And we need to start looking at some different strategies so that we are key players when it comes to making change, when it comes to doing what it is that we need to do. When we're talking about taking over our communities, we got to be open and willing to understand that there's different levels, there's different playing fields, and we all got a place in it, and we got to be open and honest and, with ourselves, that, hey, this person may not think like me, but guess what? They on the right track. So that we don't have to all think alike. That's why
right.
we all come together.
That's right.
Because we're different.
That's right.
But have a strategic plan that, that's more inclusive of us, opposed to being exclusive as to, oh, this person just belong to this, they doing this, they doing that. It doesn't matter. We all on the same chopping block. When we walk outside, we all look the same.
Mm-hmm.
So we all are, facing the same struggles. So why not come together and make sure that we're in a united front, regardless of how we all think, and, regardless of what we stand for or whatever the case may be. We all have our place, we have our platform, and I just want to make sure that, we're inclusive to our own people, and, making sure that we got our boots on the ground, running, and that we have those platforms that's necessary to move us to the next level.
Yes.
That's all I
Can I ask a
Yes.
question?
Come on.
The question I want to ask, this is Brother Leroy again. The question that I want to ask is like, okay, I'll preface the question with this. I saw something on TV today, on YouTube, on the internet. There was some people that they were dancing, they were calling out the names of the people that had been going through the processes of that had been killed. The people, Sandra Bland. I mean, the young brother with the Skittles. If I saw the dude that killed him, I would kill him myself to this very moment right now. But I was looking at this stuff, and I was thinking like, okay, that's all good. But what is? So you're saying, my question is this, and I'm gonna say this: white supremacy is about to tear Black America a new butthole starting this winter. If the power grid goes out, all these Negroes is dancing and having a really good time and trying to say that they protest.
To and understand that, hey, you know what, this is the way, and this is, this is somebody that's going to pass the torch. This is somebody that's going, this is a group that I believe and I feel, so I'm going to put my backing in. So I can't tell you who to latch on to, what organization groups.
Wait a minute, brother. Let her finish. Let her finish, brother.
We've been praying for a long time, brother. So it ain't happening in the winter.
All right.
It didn't happen.
All right, go ahead, brother.
So, sister, what I'm telling you is not to join my organization. I'm saying go look at this training.
All right.
Take this training and understand how the system works and be a part of the system so that you will know what's supposed to happen, because the system should work, because we're all Americans, but whatever the hell that means, but the system should work. I'm not telling you to join my organization. I'm saying the training that I'm telling you to take is available to you and 20 of your friends and 20 of your neighbors, to the point where, like, your neighborhood is secured by what you know and what you guys understand, as opposed to where your resources are coming from. Now, my point is that we've been trying to pray for a while, what you just said. The thing is, what I'm saying is that this winter will be the opportune time. If you know anything about war, the point is you put your enemy in a position where at a certain point in time, your enemy just says, "To hell with it, I quit. What you want me to do?"
All right, brother. Listen. All right, brother Leroy. Listen, because you told us that, and you told us how to get in touch with your organization so that we can get that information. Now, one of the things we need to do is to figure out how do we, and my organization, CPAC, I want CPAC to work with your organization, figuring out how do we get that information out to the broad masses of our people. So we need to do. But that's all at this point. That's all we can do, because for something like what you're talking about, a breakdown of the grid, we may not be ready to deal with that. But if we get the information,
Bobby Kirk, big respect, Bobby Kirk, and this is all I'm gonna say right here, Bobby Kirk.
Please.
CPAC, everybody under your authority right now should go online to the sites that I said.
All right.
Take the online course.
All right. Okay. We got that, brother. We got that part, and that's what we're going to push. We will push that piece. I am simply saying that the more of us who understands that, the better off we will be in terms of dealing with that kind of an emergency situation. But we will begin to do that, and hopefully others who listen today or tonight and took down the website address, they will do the same thing. But what we got to do is constantly keep it in front of our folks. We still got work to do, and this is some of the things that we need to start doing, and so we can do that. So I'm looking forward to working with you. We already working with you. We already working with Tracy. We need to just make sure that we step up our game, because this is the time. This is the time when we can do that. Because more and more people are starting to look at the game and saying, "Hey, I need to be a part of this."
Yes. That's all I was saying. Is what is it that you're doing to attract these other new and upcoming organizations where they're youth led? What is it that we're doing to attract to them so that hey, we get that newness and we get that energy and everything from those other organizations, and that we're not trying to just spoon feed them our agenda. You know what I mean? Right. They don't have choice, so we don't want to.
Okay, on that point, sister, the FEMA course that I'm talking about is set for a 10-year-old to take. They
right.
Because Boy Scouts take it. White Boy Scouts take these courses and get badges.
Right, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying, brother, is when people see that it's just an individual agenda, and it's just like, hey, take this course, and it's just, you know what I mean? That right there, we lose people, because they might not take your course. They might take Joe's course. You know what I mean? They might take Susie's course. They might take whoever's course. So what I'm saying is, we have to make sure that we're not spoon feeding people to make them think that our way is the highway. You know what I mean? Is the right way. Yes, we have knowledge, we have information, we have access to training, we have access to a lot of different things. But at the same time, we can't force feed folks to make them think like if they don't take this or they don't do this, then something is wrong with them.
Right. I think one of the things we're going to have to do is make sure that everybody understands that what they are doing are things that are needed inside of our struggle. And that what we're going to have to do is just start collaborating with each other to make sure that not only will I be able to do what I'm doing, but that I will have support from other folks, and that I will give other folks my support as well. Exactly. That's what we need to be working on. Yeah. And we can make it. We're going to make it happen. We don't have no. We really don't have no choice.
Now.
Yeah.
We have no choice. We got no choice.
That's
but
right.
We got to make it happen.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Doing that, we have to make sure that we're more inclusive to our people.
Again, the point that I make is that the concept of war is like, your enemy might want to do something. They might want to make it happen. They might want to have liberation. If you are against your enemy, you do not let that happen.
Okay, there's no disagreement with that, brother. No disagreement with that. But what we are saying is that
FEMA camp. Even if you end up in a community that's under siege, at least you understand how the system works. Now, if you're 15, 16, 17, and you have actually understood what a ham radio is, and you got a ham radio license, you should know that your radio license should allow you, no matter what the camp say, to broadcast to some people that's not in the camp to do some things.
But brother, we have brother Leroy, we have already said that we will promote the training. We don't need to go through that anymore. We said we will promote it.
And that is the problem in our community. When we and these young folks, we're losing them because we always want to give them one way opposed to the other way. Your training, this training, there's 100 other trainings. That's going to be that way as well. And we can't ostracize people if they choose your training, the next person's training. It don't matter. They were trained.
Yeah.
We're going to get through it. You know what I mean? We have to be more inclusive. We're so exclusive in our thoughts and our thinking, and that's where we're losing people. And that's where we're losing our folks, is because there's different ways to get to the end goal. And it's not just my way, Baba Kirk way, your way, and it's just not. You know what I mean? So we have to be more inclusive and more inviting to these ideas and these innovations. You know what I mean? Whether they take your training or not. We're not going to ostracize them for not taking your training, brother. And we have to understand that, hey, we as a people, we come together because we're different. We come together because we're different. If we were all the same, we would only need one spokesperson. We would only need one person to speak for us. That's been our problem throughout history. One person speaking for too many people.
All right. Well, what we need to just agree on is that we need to work together as a people, regardless of where we are individually.
Yes, sir.
We got to start looking at where we will end up collectively, and that's the end of it.
That's it. That's it, Baba.
All right, brother Leroy. Stay strong, brother.
Okay.
Hotel.
Yes, sir. I have no training. I'm looking at a program that's offered by FEMA.
All right, brother.
Mr. Farrakhan said, do not let happen to our people in Katrina happen again. And so I found this training. Many other people out in the nation know about it, but so it's not my training. And the radio thing is a whole different level of training.
All right, brother. But we've already said we will promote the training. We don't need to keep going over and over the training. We can't give the training right here tonight. But we're saying we will promote the training, and that's what we'll do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Stay strong. All right. I know that's right. We ain't got no choice, brother. All right. Let me just say that we will be probably till 8. Brother Asa is gone back to the radio station. He'll be on the air at 7. We're going to open up the airwaves at WAIF, as well as the airwaves that we're on right now, and continue to push forward the aftermath of our conference today. And I'd like to hear from someone who feels who can tell us what they felt about the conference itself. Was it something that was needed, a needed part of the Juneteenth celebration? Because again, many of us knew about Juneteenth, knew what it was about, but really didn't put all of the things together in terms of the slavery part and the part that came after slavery was over, or chattel slavery was over, because many people still saying we still are enslaved. Somebody else also said we are still slaves, but we're the most comfortable slaves in history. But the thing is that we want to know if what we did as an add-on to the celebration of Juneteenth was something that our community needed. And if so, how can we improve that? Because we intend to continue to do these kinds of things on an ongoing level. So I'd like to hear from folks around that issue as well.
Okay, Baba Asa is connected at WIF.
Baba Asa is connected?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Asa, if anybody comes through,
he hasn't started the show yet.
Okay. Oh, he can't hear me.
Oh yeah, I believe so, but he's muted right now.
Okay, if anybody comes through, Just bring them on. We want the input.
When he has to turn the number.
All right, put the number up. Oh, I see. All right. I see you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right.
So everything set? Go ahead.
I just moved out the way to shut the door. I see you. I see Tracy. I see Check, and then I see my name. I see my name up there in the corner. I guess I don't have my camera on.
All right. Well, one of the things that whoever comes through, all of us are part of the conversation. So I just ask if anyone has any comments around what we did on the conference, and was it important? Was it an important addition to the Juneteenth celebration? And hopefully it was. I'm gonna take me a drink of water.
Yeah. I'm still not sold on the importance of celebrating Juneteenth myself. So, I'm still not. I'm still not. So.
Say what you're feeling.
I'm still not sold on the importance of celebrating Juneteenth because it's just it's a celebration of acknowledgement. Now,
what does that mean?
Them acknowledging or giving us permission to stop working. You know what I'm saying? Our freedom is still determined by the word of the bigger, you know what I'm saying, the bigger establishment, the slave masters, the government, and it's actually not because of, when I think about celebrating, I think about celebrating our efforts. Now, I do remember Truman mentioning something about some brothers that did some that pulled some efforts that should be celebrated as a part of Juneteenth. But it's not like it was a campaign for our freedom versus we were just still, basically we're still just pawns, just moved, you know what I'm saying, into a checkmate position for the South.
Let me just give a little bit of information on that and open it up to others. Juneteenth, or the elimination of slavery in this country, was not something that came out of the goodness of white folks' heart. From the time we became enslaved, we fought against those folks about that. We did everything we could. We poisoned the master. We poisoned the animals on the thing. We put handicaps on the crops. We did everything we could to stop that stuff. We caused the abolition movement to spawn inside of this country. We were the ones who were behind that because we were the ones who were suffering from it. So if we think that white folks just said, okay, it's time for us to stop enslaving y'all, here's y'all's freedom, that's not so. We forced them to that point. So if we think that this is just something that white folks say, okay, let's stop doing this, we are sadly mistaken, because that came from the end of slavery, came from the struggle of our people, the deaths of our people, the vigorous movements that our people put together in opposition to slavery, and that's how it happened.
Okay. Robert, that's a new call, I believe. That's on. That's on the line. 804 area code.
Hey, greetings, brother Chester and Brother Kirk. This is Brother Maurice from Richmond, Virginia.
Hey, Maurice, how you doing, brother?
I'm struggling, man. Struggling as always. I just want to say, man, it's a great show, and I love the platform. I want to give a shout out to Brother Chester with the technology, doing a great job, brother. And I just want to thank you for having this important program today and tonight, man.
Yeah, brother Chester knows his stuff, don't he? Yeah. But Maurice, in terms of the Juneteenth celebration, though, because for years it kind of left me empty, because most of those years I've been in Cincinnati, and there's really been no political kind of breakdown of what this thing was about, and we decided to do that. And I'm just wondering, how important is it for us to look at all of the things that surrounded the Juneteenth celebration and where do we move to from here? What do you think about the effort that we put into that this evening?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is I would say this is the only Juneteenth celebration that I've seen that basically touch on what need to be touched on, and like you said, that's the political part, political training, scientific socialism, political education. That's where we need to be at right now. I don't. A lot of other Juneteenth celebration. I'm not knocking the organization that's putting them on,
right?
But it's just like it's honestly a replica of Kwanzaa celebration in my neck of the woods. It's just like just a celebration, spend money, and you embrace the cultural dances or whatever, and you go home. You don't go home with any political substance like talking about. It's more of support black owned, the same talking points. That the same talking points that we use for years, like support black, bad black, love your sister, love your brother. And those are important terminology. That's important, but the more important stuff, like on this platform, the political aspect. This is the only platform that I think thus far that focus on scientific socialism and what the true meaning of the total liberation and unification of Africa under a scientific socialist system. I hope that answers your question, Bubba.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, that's
go ahead.
What we,
ask your question, brother.
Oh, no, she answered yours.
Oh, all right. Yeah, but that did answer the question because it even though it is important, it is a pivotal point in the history of our people in this country, but it always seemed kind of hollow to us. So it was important it was important to us that we did it, and it's important to us now to understand that it was important to those who participated in it as well. That's Brother Asa going on the air.
Yes.
All right, Brother Maurice.
Yeah, most definitely.
I certainly appreciate your input, brother. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, I just want to add, Robert Kirk, it's good to hear your voice, man. Keep struggling, keep fighting for our people. Brother Chester and Brother Toom, I just want to salute you, brothers. I get inspired every time that y'all do a presentation, man. So I just want to salute y'all, brothers in Cincinnati, and we're going to keep struggling and keep forward.
Hey, Brother Maurice, before you go, man, I want to ask you, I'm not on camera, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You out there, man. I mean, I talked to my friends in Richmond and Virginia, and they going through it like we going through it. What is the current climate, and how do you see it turning and going up, and how do you see Pan-Africanism coming up with everything that's coming out right now?
Well, honestly, it's a struggle down here, brother. I'm gonna be straightforward to you. It's a struggle, and like we've been saying on the platform today, you have to be among the masses. I mean, as Pan-Africanists, we definitely have to get on the ground with the masses. But like I said, it's a lot of youth. It's highly unorganized. The conscious white folks, however, is more organized. From what I'm saying, the conscious white folks are more organized in what they're doing, and for the struggle of our liberation against police brutality or whatever Confederate statues. But as for the Africans here in Richmond, Virginia, we have to do a better job of getting our boots on the ground and getting them organized and try to try to guide them where they need to be. That's what we see now. It's a lot. We have entertainers who are leading, who are, like, for example, Trey Songz, R&B singer Trey Songz. He's from Petersburg, Virginia, and he is coming here this weekend to do a candlelight vigil at the Robert E. Lee statue. A lot of the energy is towards the Robert E. Lee statue, the Confederate statues, but on the flip side of that, we do have black families being attacked. We had a white supremacist yesterday who down the street from, not too far from where I live at, on the south side of Richmond, that basically was attacked with animal feces. The white supremacists developed some type of paintball gun, a type of weapon, and shot the brother and his kids with animal feces in the vehicle. And so you got stuff like that that's taking place here. But we definitely got to get organized. We definitely got to get some political orientation among the masses of people.
Yeah, so we're facing the same situation everywhere we exist in the world. All we can do is just keep struggling, keep pushing, day by day by day.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you calling, man, and stay strong, and y'all keep the work up.
Yeah, definitely, man. Hotel.
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 All right.
Brother Asa.
Yes, sir.
Was that something you wanted to put in there?
I mean, I ain't gonna play my theme song, and everybody was talking, so I wasn't gonna interrupt anything. I would just like to send out to anybody locally if they wanna call in. They can call 513-749-1444 or 513-89. Let me get my numbers right.
8900.
I know the last part, right?
961-8900.
961-8900. I forgot the 961. Anybody wants to call in locally and make some comments, they can do it. We trying to do this viral presentation. I got my computer up and I can see Baba Tunde's face and I can see the Cincinnati Pan-African logo and see Tracy Rawls' empty chair and Vernon Rawls is blank and then Brother Maurice was on and he's gone right now. So if anybody wants to call in, make any comments locally, we'll see how that works. I got the phone line open.
Tell them that they can also see us on.
Roll, Baba.
There you go.
All right.
It's Chuma checking in.
What's going on, Chuma?
Chuma, what's up, brother?
Hey, I've been listening, but I was traveling and I didn't want to be a disturbance to all the great rhetoric that was being displayed. I just heard Brother Maurice, and it just really inspired me.
Yeah.
It's a great thing that we got the Juneteenth going on, and I just want to say this. I think that now we know, but a lot of people may not know. As we have these different gatherings and different celebrations, whether it's Kwanzaa, whether it's African Liberation Day, whether it's Juneteenth or Marcus Garvey Day, those are just tools, and those are tools that our organization, CPAC, Conscious Mind Study Group, and other organizations locally and abroad, because we know we use those as tools of enlightenment to try to wake people up. We've been out here putting in the work and waiting for the people to find one common denominator that they will all come together and see, like, you know what, we got the same enemy. So all those other divisive things like religion and all these other old things, all of a sudden they don't seem to mean so much. So we got a social climate that definitely demands that we come together or perish. And we've been saying this forever because Marcus Garvey told us that. Either unite or you will die.
That's
it's
right.
just that simple. Brother Leroy was saying the same thing. Either y'all gonna get it or you not. Those of us who prepare and who get it will move forward. Those of us who don't, well, it's left to be seen what's actually gonna happen. But it's really important, like Brother Maurice was saying, about this political ideology. And I think what people more and more are seeing is that what the real root of all this problem is capitalism. You got the police out here killing folks because they're supposed to protect and serve, but protect and serve who? And protect and serve what? It's all under the banner of capitalism, and capitalism is the handmaid of white supremacy and racism. And now the people are starting to see that, they're starting to wake up, and it's bringing a different type of awareness to the average person. So I'm mainly concerned from an organizational standpoint and from a personal standpoint.
Chuma, something happened with Chuma.
He must have got locked off. He driving on that cell phone.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, you back.
You back. Okay. So what I was saying with these young people out here with all of this fervor and all this energy, and they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They are bringing awareness to their cause. And, the next phase is because the revolution comes in several different phases. And the next phase is for us who are not young warriors like that, what are we going to do? So we're going about the business of bringing this capitalism to the table, the faults in it, what's wrong with it, what it's been doing to us.
and you have to have an alternative to it. So as Pan-Africanists, we preach scientific socialism as an alternative in order to combat socialism, or capitalism, I'm sorry, because it just has not been good for us. And now people are starting to see it. So I think the next phase in this whole movement, because it's not a moment, it's a movement. And I was talking to some elders who were reflecting back on the riots in the 60s. And they were telling me, well, we seen this before. And what we saw was folks got so angry and so tired that they rioted, and they rioted virtually all summer. And white folks that sat back and let them just march and hoop and holler and tear stuff up and loot and burn until they just got tired. And when they got tired, they all just went home, and there was nothing else to back up all of that energy. So I think now it will behoove us to come with a strong economic plan. And you know, a lot of people are starting to wake up to that. So, well, okay, what's next? Because, you know, in a minute, there ain't going to be nothing left to burn, and folks ain't trying to tear stuff up. And, you know, with this COVID-19, folks is going back to work. And so now it's about economics. Now it's about social equality, economic equality. We got to do something about all the disparities. And again, it all goes back to greed, and then under the banner of capitalism. Even our health disparities, why do the hospitals and pharmaceutical companies do what they do? Out of greed, because they can, under the banner of capitalism. The penal system, the education system, it's all linked to racism and white supremacy under the banner of capitalism. And now the people are waking up, and those of us who've been awake, I think it's time for us to really bear down and press the organization to the hilt, so that we can organize these young people so that they have some direction. Because in my teachings, I follow Thomas Sankara. He's one of my heroes. And he tells us that you got these young soldiers out here, and if they don't have a political ideology, what happens is then they become criminals. Because those acts they commit right now in the matter of civil unrest eventually will be seen as criminal acts.
Right.
So it's got to be under the banner of a political position, and I think we are really, really treading on some real fertile ground here, and I think that things are really going to take a turn here. And, you know, whether it's winter, summer, spring, or fall, and I definitely, Brother Shabazz, I mean, you are definitely my comrade in arms, but I think, you know, the time is now, and we move forward. We prepare for the winter. We're going to prepare for the fall. But this thing is happening right now. It's unfolding right before our very eyes. So there's a lot of things that we need to do. As we build it, it's always been said, we got to be able to protect it as well.
Right.
So, and another thing, and I'll be quiet. I think that us as brothers, we really have to figure out a way how we're going to utilize these sisters in this movement more to our advantage. Because a lot of the sisters seem to have a lot of, let's say, opportunity. They have a lot of energy. They have a lot that they can offer to the entire movement. And I think we need to really examine that and reevaluate, you know, the place that the queens have at the table as well. And with that, I'll just stand down.
All right, brother. I appreciate you calling in and being a part of the discussion. Couple of things in terms of the women and the youth. Our women really are in a position where they, I mean, the kinds of things that they can do inside of our movement are tremendous. We know they can do that. Only thing I think is missing is revolutionary organizations for our women. That's the only thing. And women themselves are going to have to take the lead in putting those together. We can't expect us to put together something for the women and think, because we want them to do it the way we want to do it. Women got to make sure they understand their own strengths, their own weaknesses, and how they can make a contribution and begin to make that contribution. So they need their own organizations and begin to work in conjunction with everybody else. With our youth, you mentioned guidance and direction. That is crucial. I saw when a number of African organizations came together, Black Panther Party, Republic of New Africa. I mean, it was just a bunch of folks that were doing things. And J. Edgar Hoover with the COINTELPRO and the FBI, CIA, I mean, they began to move on those movements. And they really did push the leadership of those movements either to leave the country or get put in jail or to be killed. And when the guidance and direction that came from those movements was not reaching the youth. The youth were organizing too. But they turned into groups like that they called themselves the Crips and the Bloods. They went into corruptive kinds of modes. We got to make sure that once the youth are organized, they understand that corruption is the white folks thing. We got to be about cooperation, bringing our people together, making sure we take care of the women, the children, the elders, and everything else inside of our community. We got to push that on our young people so that they don't move to the point where they begin to start looking at corruptive kinds of things, making money at all costs, those kinds of things. So our women and our youth, I really want to see CPAC take a primary role in the organization of our sisters and of our young people. So those things on the horizon, those things we are planning for right now. We're planning to make those things happen. So look for them because they're coming. Who was that, Asa? Olusola. Who was that?
Yes, sir. That was Sister Victoria was waiting.
Oh, I saw somebody, but I'm running my mouth.
Yeah, that's why I told you was running your mouth. You didn't see a thing. That's it.
Hey, sister, how you doing? Hey, thanks for everything, sister. I'll be in touch because I wanted to get in touch with Sister Fatima. Thank you.
Get in touch with Sister Fatima.
All right, thank you much.
Make that happen.
Let's send her to the next level.
Yeah.
That man knows her too.
All right. Let me say that there's been a number of I didn't hear that.
Chester must be playing something.
No.
Chester must be what? Oh, sorry. Got a little feedback.
A lot of feedback.
Okay.
I can hear nothing she said. All right.
Okay, we're gonna have to. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to address some technicals. Now, who's trying to speak? Who's trying to speak?
That was Victoria. She just left.
Oh, okay.
The Victoria gone.
Just call me. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Who's that?
Got a caller coming in.
All right. Bring it on.
That look like Brother Leroy.
Bottom right hand corner.
That like Brother Leroy's back.
Go ahead. Who's it? Who's the caller?
Okay.
Go ahead, caller. You on the air?
I don't think they're not. Yeah, there they go.
Go ahead, caller. It's difficult hearing you.
I thought that was Brother Leroy. I don't know.
Okay.
522.
I think I heard him say a 4-letter word too.
All right. Well, we can't put him on the air.
Oh, that's right.
Now he's still trying to figure it out. It wasn't all that clear, but.
Okay.
Right.
Oh yeah, you may want to warn everybody if anybody is calling to,
Yeah, I should make that announcement. Did you get it?
If anybody calling in, you are live on the radio, so you got to watch your 4-letter words that are coming out your mouth, please.
But at the same time, we do welcome your input. We do want to hear from you, so give us a call. Let us know what you thought about the conference.
His number's still down there.
And what you
number's still down there in the right hand corner.
All right, the number's up. So all people have to do is call the number.
Let me tell you, if you call in the radio station, that's 749-1444 or 961-8900. To directly call in to the Zoom line, the telephone number is area code 312-626-6799, and you use the room code 830-827-3226 pound. Now I repeat, just call directly into the Zoom meeting. It's area code 312-626-6799, code 830-827-3226. Okay, that's my chime in.
I think they call in the Zoom because I see it on the screen and ain't nobody called the radio station. But that number's still up, 513-225-0522. You're on the air, whoever you are.
Yeah, I believe that was Brother Leroy.
Oh, he said he's just listening. Okay.
I'm enjoying the conversation. You did switch gears to the point where I was thinking about Juneteenth. And Juneteenth represents a late announcement of because you're asked like, how do we respect the Juneteenth process, right? And it kind of came across my mind like Juneteenth was a late notice to the people that should have been free a long time ago, right? And here it is. Mark Twain says shit. Man, it's just
still doing it.
Mark Twain says stuff that 10 years after the world ended, Cincinnati will be. He said some stuff relevant to like this might be the last person to catch on to what's going on. And I'm stuck in Cincinnati and I'm looking at like how it's a spiritual process, right? Because as black people, we need to be able to tell them. We need to be able to tell them about how we take our planet back to these people who do stuff and this and stuff. And I never saw it because I'm listening to I don't believe in political philosophy. I mean, when I say political philosophy, I mean, I know that the philosophy of how people get along with it, so I'm going to shut up for just a minute.
All right, that was I don't know if we were having technical difficulties there, but I really couldn't pick up a whole lot of what Brother Leroy was saying. But I did hear him say something about Juneteenth, people being late to understand that slavery was over or whatever. Yeah, but the important thing for us is to make sure that and being late understanding what's going on. What we have to do is stop letting these folks who come up with these sayings, Mark Twain saying, Cincinnati would be this and that. We are here. Who cares what Mark Twain said? We got to make what happens happen here. It's up to us. So we got work to do. Let's just get it done. I couldn't get, we could start quoting all kinds of white folks. We could quote Donald Trump. But, who cares? We got work to do. And I always tell people when they try to tell me, well, so-and-so said this, so-and-so. I said, I don't care about that. What are you going to do? That's what's important to us. We got work to do, and we need to stand up and do it.
So.
All right, we're still looking for anyone who is interested in saying something about what we did today on Juneteenth. Let me just say that there are a number of other Juneteenth celebrations going on. The only other one that I know of that was put together by our people was the one that Sister Lydia was doing, and she does it every year. Lydia Morgan, she's been doing it every year. She does it at Eden Park. Well, she's doing it again this year. Hers is viral also, but there's not been an opportunity or an effort to make sure that we had clarification of what Juneteenth actually is. So I think we tried to do that today. I think to a certain extent we did get it done, and we're going to continue to try to get that kind of information out there. So it was as far as I could see, it was a fruitful effort on our part, and we're going to continue to do those kinds of things.
Well, I can tell you just from talking to Sister Victoria since I've been here, she gave it a rounding applause, and she's looking forward to being a part of some more of these type of things. And as she say, our people need all the help that they can get, and so definitely, this is the second time we're doing this, and so we just need to, even when things open back up, we need to be Zooming and YouTubing and more every chance we get. And for people who out there maybe listening don't want to call in, If you've never seen a Juneteenth celebration, anyway, maybe seen Cincinnati, but if you want to see other places, I mean, just about every state in this country, maybe in other parts of the world, they have Juneteenth celebrations. And you get on YouTube, click on YouTube, Juneteenth, and you can see some from last year, maybe year before last, and you might see some that just went off today, just like we had. So I would encourage anybody who wants to learn more to get on YouTube. And I don't know about Facebook, but I know in the past years I've got on YouTube and I've seen those celebrations. I think last year one of the local channels, maybe a PBS channel, they did a half-hour segment talking about a Juneteenth. I think it was down in one of the cities in Texas. So keep that in mind out there, listeners. If you're out there listening, you want to know more, you want to see more, check it out.
Hey, Baba Asa, I think
Yes,
we're
sir.
going to make room for final words because it's coming on 7:30. Unless you want to continue to 8, Baba.
I mean, I'm on to 8 o'clock.
How about you? You good?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, I was just making sure Baba Tunde had a long day here. He been going cranking, so we want to make sure. Plus, I didn't know if you wanted to check out. You just mentioned Lydia's program.
Yeah, she started at 7. But let me just say that Asa talked about Juneteenth celebrations in other parts of the country. I went to school in Texas, and I tell you, I've never seen celebrations like that. I mean, they would be week long. One day they have a rodeo, a black rodeo. They have a big Juneteenth extravaganza dance. They'd have a youth program where different youth organizations would put together stuff around Juneteenth. All week long they were doing something in terms of the Juneteenth celebration. And then on the 19th, they just blow it all up. Everybody just all out there. And the word came out that we eating barbecue and drinking red soda water on the 19th of June. I mean, it's just a tremendous kind of a thing. We've not had those kinds of celebrations here, but at least we are. In the conference that we put together this time, really was kind of something that I saw a conference like that when I was in Texas, and it was really in a place called Port Arthur, Texas, and really people came in. I mean, great, well-known scholars would come in and talk about Juneteenth and why it was important. So those kinds of things are happening all over the country, and now I'm starting to see them happen right here in Cincinnati. So, Mark Twain can say whatever he want to say, but we all stepping up and moving.
True that.
My thing says my battery is leaving me.
Oh, okay. Give me that.
Baba, if I could just interject and along the same lines, I'm just going to piggyback off what you said. The celebration does not end this evening. We're going to continue right on until the daylight hours. Tomorrow, from 10 to 5, we'll be at Root Season Oil, 8439 Reading Road. And we'll start from 10 to 5, and we'll keep the celebration going strong. We will do some of the partying. We will have some vendors and be barbecuing and have folks out in the parking lot, just to raise awareness. And I think it's very important that, as Marcus Garvey said, we canonize our own saints, and we also got to create our own holidays. And holidays are meant for celebrations, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But in the midst of that, while we have the people's attention, we will definitely give them some political perspective, and we will give them some guidance and some direction as far as why they're there. What are you celebrating? So we will definitely keep this thing going. We will just ride off the same momentum that we have generated for this program. We'll extend that to the mall.
Brother, say again where and what time.
So we will start at 10 a.m. At Root Seeds and Oils. That's 8439 Reading Road, and that is on Reading Road 1 block north of Galbraith Road. And all are welcome, all like-minded.
One block south.
North.
Of what?
Galbraith.
North of Galbraith Road. If you're on Reading Road and you headed north, it's one block north.
It's north of Summit, south of Galbraith.
Yeah, south of Galbraith.
The old store was south of Galveston.
Oh,
We had
they
north
moved.
of Reading Road. There's a new location,
Oh.
8439 Reading Road. It's 1 block north of Galveston.
Oh, wow. What side of the street? Going north.
Left-hand side of the street. This
Okay.
is Skyline Chili on the right, and Root Seasonal sits on the left-hand strap.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. If you're headed north on Galveston, it's the same side of the street as the old store, but you want to go north now. Go across Galveston Road, and then right there to the left is the new location. It's a lot bigger. It's 3 or 4 times as big as the old store was.
Oh,
So
excellent.
We're going to utilize the parking lot space. The only thing in this parking lot space is the store, so it'll be all of us. We'll have food. We'll have very few vendors. But I think the most important thing we'll have is we'll have that unity in that community gathering so that we can capitalize on that and get our message out.
All right, and I want to just say to folks, we're gonna be out there together, so wear your masks and try to keep your distance, because we don't want.
We encourage everybody to be what we call socially responsible.
Yeah.
In the midst of this pandemic, it is still ongoing. We don't expect anybody to just behave in a manner that will be detrimental to themselves or the community. So by all means, come out, wear your mask, be a part of, but do come out and practice social responsibility as far as the COVID-19 is concerned.
We will have a limited amount of masks available, sponsored by Exclusive Services. We also do COVID testing. So for anyone that wants to get tested, we are doing that. Our next available date is the 29th of this month. Our doctor is on vacation for the next week, so we are doing COVID testing and all of that good jazz. So reach out to us and let us know if you need that. And again, we will have a few masks that are available tomorrow as well.
The testing takes place right there at Roots and Seeds.
Say it again.
Does the testing take place there at Roots and Seeds?
No, we won't do any testing at Root Seeds and Oil. The testing is at our Blue Ash location, at our home office.
Okay.
Yep, and our available dates are, let me make sure I'm saying the available dates right, because I don't want to give no false nothing. So yeah, our available dates to start back up is June 29th.
Okay.
June 29th, we're there 7 to 3 p.m. to do testing. I can put the hours in the chat room here to let you guys know when testing is, so that you have that information.
Excellent.
Or you may want to announce this about, so I'm also going to re-announce it.
Shaka Wilson coming up. I see Shaka Wilson on the line.
Yeah?
Hello, go ahead.
Well, they're not unmute yet.
Greetings, everybody. I've been following along. Give me a second here.
All right.
I gotta pause, but I was following along on YouTube, so I might be a little bit behind in the conversation. I want to say happy Juneteenth to everybody, and
Happy Juneteenth to you, brother.
Same to you, my brother.
I'm happy everybody is able to come together, because I've been celebrating Juneteenth since I was a youth. I done met many a beautiful sister at Juneteenth celebrations. It's the middle of the summer, the sun is shining, they got their hair braided and dreaded, you know what I'm saying? And they got their mind right. It'd be a lot of queens out there, especially when I was younger, you dig? So, but anyway.
It's some fine old ones too, bro.
Hey, I believe you, because it's something that's been going on in Cincinnati for a long time. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that know are the ones that will show up. You dig?
I hate it.
And like I said, I've been there for a long time, so I'm just glad I could reach out and add my little energy to the situation. I wanna reiterate what Brother Chuma said about having a plan for the youth. They have so much energy and they want to be involved, and they can get caught up in group think. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And this message is not a new message, and these protests are not like anything different
from what we've done in the past. Now, not to say that they haven't made progress, not to say that things haven't changed, but to say that we keep pushing forward. You know what I'm saying? Never backwards. So with that in mind, I agree that we need to have a plan for the youth, and I myself would personally like to get involved with maybe developing a rites of passage program here in New Orleans, because I'm from Cincinnati, but half my life been down here in the dirtiest of the South. You hear me? and I'm almost as much New Orleans as I am Cincinnati. So.
Well, brother, you know I've been involved with rites of passage for almost 30 years. So if you need any information or whatever, just get in touch, man. I'll ship stuff to you.
Well, Baba, look, we got common people in the circle who just been kind of dropping the ball for me. Now, granted, I haven't necessarily pressed the issue, but now that I got to go ahead, I will definitely get your information and be in contact soon.
All right.
You know, I see the energy. I see the lack of guidance, and it's a generational thing. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it takes you